I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy Tuesday. Terrific Tuesday. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. Let's welcome our traders, Bull, Barbie, and Nick Does Futures.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys. What's going on?
Good morning. Happy Tuesday. How's it going so far this morning?
Good.
Good.
It's been good. How about you guys?
Good. Chat, good morning to you. Good morning, Abhishek, Magnus, Francis, Ice, Janie, Elfie, Fixer, Kashan. Good morning to everyone. Yeah, market is kind of chopping around in the green though.
Yeah. No, it's here. I'll go first and kind of talk about the. Looks like we filled both of those gaps yesterday that we were talking about before I got off the stream. The delivery wasn't as good as I wouldn't say it was bad, but it was very delayed. It took a while for it to happen. There was a lot of retracements in here on the hourly. I should say the 15-minute. This is right around 9:30 open. Just kept retracing. Even up here at 12 o'clock, it retraced higher back to original point 9:30, and then it just all of a sudden just dumped lower. But I'm glad to see that we ran these range lows. So now I'm anticipating like a range like move higher now. And sometimes that's all you want to do, right? Like just mark out like an external high or low and just kind of wait for one side to get taken and either trade that way or trade the way of the higher time frame order flow. So I'm glad to see we got to move lower now. I want to see a move higher the rest of the week. As for the gold trade, I'll go over that one real quick. So yesterday I called this one out before I go off stream, right at the 10 a.m. 4-hour candle close. While we got this close here above that, buy in on a retest. Looked like he had little to no drawdown before running all the way up to this previous day high or that Asia high open. And yeah, I was pretty good setup. It didn't hit in the session. It hit in Asia, like right on an Asia open. But either way, very, very, very nice trade inside this daily fair value gap right here. So let's see. Yeah, as for this morning, I'm probably leaning bullish, but I don't really have a whole lot of points of interest to work from. Like it still looks a little choppy to me. Not a whole lot of displacement between the candles, large wicks, small bodies, and same with the ES. So mainly just waiting. We don't have news until tomorrow. We have minutes Wednesday at 2 p.m. and then the only red folder AM session news is Thursday. I think GDP at 8:30. So like I said, slow week, right? But yeah, that's all I got. We are reacting from this daily fair value gap right here, and there is SMT on the daily. But yeah, that's about it. That's really all I'm watching. If I see something of interest, I'll make sure to hop back on here. But as for right now, nothing sticks out to me. How about you guys?
I did take a few trades this morning in pre-market. I was just thinking like a possible gap fill. I did get a piece of it. It was tricky though. I did take a few losses, but had more wins. Locked in about 500 in pre-market in this eval. So I am pretty much likely done for the day. I'm working on not over trading, right? It's so easy to do. I don't know if you guys in chat struggle with that sometimes. Yeah, let me know if I am not the only one. So I probably am going to likely not take a trade for the rest of the day because I'm focusing on that process of improvement, right? So to not overtrade. What about you, Barbie? You typically don't trade pre-market.
Terry, those are famous last words that you just said there. I'm not going to trade today. Famous last words. We've all said that.
Well, it's a
I say
process,
that all the time.
right? But it's a process, and I am going to work on that. No luck, pure skill, says definitely Terry. Mustafa, you also. Yes. So we will work on reducing our number of trades together.
Well, we'll start. I want to kind of wrap up yesterday a little bit too, because I was looking for. I don't get real excited by the RTH gaps, but I really do like the extended hours, the full futures gaps, and we did have one of those yesterday. And so I had said that I was looking for the gap fill, at least when we were getting off the stream. I think I would definitely post about it all over Discord that we were looking for that. So we did get that. That gap fill was down here to the 82.83. And then I said I was going to leave my runner to 62.50. And that's how that trade went. So that one worked out pretty nicely. Started that on stream, but yesterday was a little slow. So it kind of took all day. So we finished that up in the Discord. But that was kind of the move lower. Looking right now, and the market's really kind of looking like it could go either way. And we did mention, I'll bring up the calendar real quick. It should be handy. Yep. So again, nothing today. Next week is there. Here's next week. Next week's looking a lot more fun. So I'm keeping that in mind when I'm thinking about what the market could potentially do. And what I'm looking for is, I always thinking about my bullish scenario, my bearish scenario, and then my choppish scenario. And they all, they're not as far off as I like them to be. So that's why I'm not looking for a major breakout today. But the 62.85 level is obviously still really important. We're really glued to that. I did have that as my magnet level this week too. So when I put a magnet level on early in the week and we have no news, every single time we move away from it, we tend to move right back to it. So that's what I'm looking for, the 62.85 to continue to kind of be magnetic. We really have to get away from it to get away from that magnetic power. That's the way I always look at it. And that's going to be getting on the other side of either resistance or support. I don't know if the market's really going to have that in there today. So that's how I'm framing this though. So the line in the sand, I always try to come up with a line in the sand too, where my plan changes, but it's kind of this 85 up to the 90 area on ES. That's kind of my line in the sand today. So I'm thinking if we get over, we push outside of this little range, get over 90, we're probably looking to get the 6,300 and potentially test up to the swing highs from pre-market yesterday, around 63.15 to 63.17. It would take probably some stops and short squeezes going off to get us higher. We could continue higher, but this is really kind of where I was looking for that bullish move to go, just because there isn't a ton of reason for it to go outside unless we get some crazy Trump news or something like that. I just don't see it really breaking out to the upside too much. But then on the flip side, I don't see it breaking down too much either if we do manage to break down. However, if we do lose this kind of 85 down to 80 area, it's really kind of getting loose because we keep trading up in there. The older these levels are and the more we trade them, kind of the looser they are and less precise. So this is kind of getting to be a loosey-goosey little area there. But if we lose the 62.80, I'm looking to see first for the market to go down to 62.66 and then potentially retest the 50 to 40 area down there. So not a huge move. Again, I think that this is kind of one of those markets where the markets are one of those moves where the market would just be moving and not really making a ton of progress, just because there's orders happening and there's position profit taking from this rally, repositioning coming into CPI next week, and that all that's kind of going on. You have to think about, we can get in and out of the market super fast, but these larger funds can't. So they're spending this entire week getting their positions where they want them. So that's what we have going on there. In my opinion, kind of what I'm looking for. So I'm going to kind of that thing where you don't know if it's going to get a good move, just so if something does happen, you can hopefully get on the right side of it.
Yes, we like to be on the winning side. I think trading with Travis, when he was on our show, he said part of his strategy is trying to be always on the winning team. It's kind of how he conceptualizes it. You want to be on the winning team. Chat, are you thinking long or short today? Type in L if you want to be long and short if you're looking for shorts in chat. And smash the like button. Let's get that number up and share the stream. Let's get this party started.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Nick.
Well, my screen just shut down. No, she brought up she brought up a good point about the market just kind of, in this area where we don't really know what to do. Same with gold. Gold's one of those spots. Now that we went higher yesterday, given this daily close, I thought for sure we'd try to reach up into here, and it's bouncing between this bullish gap and this bearish gap. And this to me is just, I don't really want to participate in here, right? I don't want to look at or take any day trades, especially this range. We really need a bounce from this range right here on the hourly chart, the 4-hour chart, because if not, that means this is being invalidated, and we're probably just gonna chop around. So, and NQ and ES to me just look way worse. What's kind of your read on it, Terry? I just don't see a whole lot in here. But I can't frame either side,
Yeah, for NQ.
Well, ES and NQ, yeah.
Yeah, let's see here. So we've been on such a massive buying spree, I feel like, in ES and NQ. And so I am kind of like wanting a favor on the sell side, but it's tricky because we are at all-time highs pretty much. And every time we have a sell-off, so this is a daily chart on NQ. So every time we have a sell-off, the market just really wants to bounce back is what I've noticed. But from here, I mean, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 green days in a row of NASDAQ futures. We got this one red candle, and then again, it just made a new high here. We did have 2 days of red. This is today, right? Yeah, so this is today so far. So 2 days of red. I'm looking for New York. If we open, likely we will open green. During New York, if I were to put on a trade, which I said earlier, I'm going to try and sit on my hands just to work on the over trading, right? Like focusing on the process. But if I were to look for a trade today, I would be looking on the long side. So any pullback, and if I were to see a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute, I would want to hop into a long, especially if it comes and it tests this VWAP and then it makes this. So this like isn't a good 3-bar reversal. So I'll show you guys kind of what I'd like to see. So here, if this candle, so this candle comes and tests the VWAP, and then this candle is green. If this candle were smaller, this red candle, and let's say like this candle was a bigger green, I like to see a 3-bar reversal where it looks very, what's the word? Decisive. For example, here is a 3-bar reversal, but on the downside. So we have this nice rejection, this candle, and then this red candle, the close. What I like to see is I like to see the close a lot lower than the candle that is closing below. So this is technically like when you hear about a 3-bar reversal, it's 1 candle, 2, and then 3, and then the third one, you want to see it close below this one, really. But this is very decisive because it closed below both candles. So something like that, but I would look for on the long side. I would expect the market to, anything can happen, but I would expect this gap to likely get filled. Definitely don't take any trades based on what I think, right? Because my win rate is not that great, but that is what I'm kind of seeing when I look at this. And then I really don't look at ES too much. I do take a peek at it. Like I look at the daily on SPX. And on SPX, I mean, look at this run, you guys. This is just like bulls are in charge. and we definitely want to be on the right side of the team. So on a bull run, like if we had 2 days in a row that's red, I'm not really looking for a red day. Is it possible? Absolutely. And when I say red day or green day, I mean by the end of the day. How does the day end? Does it close red or does it close green? It's kind of how I like to think about it. So everyone trades differently as far as time frame and the way you conceptualize the day. Or maybe for some people like Pine Tree Trader, he trades bar by bar. So he just looks at like the 5-minute bar and that's it, like with his strategies. I like to look at like the overall context too of, okay, where are we at? What is happening politically? Where are we at like with volatility? Like, look at these big candles, you guys, on the daily. I mean, these are massive, massive moves in a day. I have noticed that once we start to restrict in the VIX, and once we trade in the VIX with like a low number for a kind of a period of time, then I'm waiting for some massive sell-off because it just seems like it's very, moves from low to high, high to low. So that's kind of what I'm thinking for the day. Thanks for asking, Nick.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I was telling one of my students yesterday, like he didn't know what was going on. And I was like, hey man, like that's all right. Like I didn't know what was going on yesterday. Like I leaned 60-40 bearish, but nothing was clear enough to like take a trade except the gold long. So you just kind of have to like navigate. I compared it to like driving in the rain. Like as soon as you see the cloud, like what's the first thing you do? You slow down. The second thing you do is you turn on your wipers. You pay more attention. So you have to do that here. You need to maybe slow down the risk, size down, and then 2, pay more attention to the higher time frames, the hourly chart, and be more selective with your setups. I think that's the best way to go about it when you don't really know. I mean, and this can change. Like we can wake up tomorrow and the chart can look super clean like it did last Wednesday or whatever. Like Monday, Tuesday, we didn't really know what was going on. Then Wednesday we're like, okay, yeah, full port longs. Well, not really, but we knew where the market was going. So it's very important just to wait between those times, right?
Yes. Oh my gosh, that's such good advice. So many successful traders, it's really that waiting. I've heard you talk about it so many times, Nick. I've heard other people talk about it. Barbie, you talk about it. It's like knowing what your setups look like and then staying patient about it. And it's not so much about making the money. It's like, how do you stop from losing so much money
100%.
in order to make money overall in the market. So market is going to open in about 9 minutes, or I'm sorry, 3 minutes. No, 9 minutes. We have 9 minutes left and the market is going to open. NASDAQ is about 54 points in the green and ES is about 5 points in the green. So ES is wanting to close this New York gap first. I also like to look at VWAP too, like how did we spend the whole pre-market trading above VWAP or not? It just kind of gives me a feel for like, what is the market doing? How is it feeling? I mean, this is all chop back to what you were saying, Nick, like having a hard time reading this. This is so messy and difficult.
Yeah, it's very boring to, like, I wouldn't say stream in these conditions, but like it is to like you don't see anything like it's you're not most likely not taking trades, and it's very hard to most people. Well, like when they if they're first starting trading, or maybe they've been for just a little bit, they so used to action, clicking buttons, just not really seeing a whole lot of like trades to put on risk, at least not enough. But
yeah, I was listening to a trader on YouTube, Trader Kane, talking about how basically like when he's had this massive run of winning, he's almost expecting right? Like he's expecting his model to fail, to lose. And so he will size way down. So, and then when your model is losing, you can sustain, like your account is still good. So when the conditions are right, and then you go and you start trading your model again in full size, like your equity curve is continually going up. Then I was like, yeah, that is something for sure. Barbie, what are your thoughts on that?
On what? Sorry, I was reading something.
Oh, no, you're good. On just like learning to size down, sit on your hands when we don't really know what the market is up to, or maybe if you're just feeling like you don't have a good read on things.
I mean, I don't trade unless there's a setup. For me, it's kind of that simple. And you know if there's a setup or not. I mean, it takes time to add a bunch of kind of, I guess, just plays in your playbook. I was literally writing these down on index cards for a while, and I have them in my notebook. But if it's not written down, if it doesn't have an entry and an exit, then I don't take it. And I think that's kind of the hard thing is you're just throwing trades in the market because you feel like trading, and that's not a trade. Like it has to be part of the plan. And you know, this gets back to running a business in the first place. Like I'm not going to go put all these resources into some random idea. If I'm running a business, I'm not going to go throw an event that has nothing to do with anything. I want to make sure that if I'm putting on a trade, it's a real trade and it has all of the rules, because otherwise what's the point of it? I don't know where my risk is and all of that. So yeah, the whole plan of trading is to learn how to understand charts so you can kind of read the market and figure out at what points, what levels is the market bullish and bearish, and where is it neither. You know, that's what this analysis is that, you know, Nick and I come here and do every day. And then once you kind of have that framework, that's when you deploy your strategies, and you either have your strategy or you don't. And if you don't have your strategy, then you can go spend the day studying. You don't need to be, that's what they're talking about forcing. When we're forcing trades, it's because we don't really have a plan. And if you're, I mean, I'm not going to sit on my hands if I see the right setup. You know what I mean? I'm not going to sit on my hands just because I decided to sit on my hands today if an A+ setup presents. But if there's nothing and there's just candles and I'm like, oh, maybe this candle looks like it might be red, I'm going to short it. Or this can't, I mean, I think it might go up here. To me, that's not a trading strategy. I don't have a target and a stop loss when I do it like that. So I don't know, like, I don't know what to do there. So I don't do anything. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah. It's very hard to repeat if that's how you're trading. Like, oh, it's going up, let me buy, or, oh, it's going down, let me sell. I know this based on experience, you guys.
Well, that's why I don't buy or sell the very first candles, because we don't know. It can go up and down, and it's a very, very wicky candle by nature. And even if we know which way it's going to close, we don't know which way it's going to wick and how far. And so it's just kind of danger zone. And it's not, I mean, I think that's what beginner traders come here, and they kind of, that's why we get faked out of trades that we should let run, and why we let losers run instead. And it's because we're looking at this candle and thinking, oh, well, that's a bullish candle or that's a bearish candle. And that's not a trading plan. That's not a system. That's not a play. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I'm not going to sit on my hands just because I don't like the day, but if I don't like the day, I'm going to be really picky about my plans. And then if it's an A+ setup, I can put my full size, but if it's not an A+ setup, it doesn't get the full size. And it's kind of just that simple. It's hard to do that, but it really is that simple.
Right. It's simple. The concept is simple, but it's hard to do.
Yeah. So Ruben, you're just asking me how many trades do I take per day? I don't know. It could be 0. It could be 10. I don't know. I think on average, it's probably about 3 or 4. But like last Wednesday, everyone was even kind of joking with me. Like, oh, wow, you were just trading up a storm. I was. I don't know how many trades I made on Wednesday. Every time it came down to my level, I bought it, and then it went back up to my target, I sold it. So I just did that however many times it worked. And so I don't limit myself by saying, well, I've already taken 3 trades today, I can't take that A+ setup again. That's not the way it works. If the A+ setup is there, the A+ setup is there. If I'm awake and well fed and alert and am there to take it, I'm going to take it.
Yes. Oh, thank you, Barbie. So Q just said, let's set the bounty. All right. What should we set it at, chat? What are you guys thinking? Yesterday we set it at 550. What do you think, Nick?
650.
650. Barbie, what do you think?
That works for me. We need to be cranking it up. Y'all don't keep this a secret. This is not a secret stream. This is a share with your friends stream.
Yes, the more the merrier. All right, 650. What is your bias today? Everyone, and vote on your bias. The poll just came out. I'm seeing 600, 500. We do have to crank it up. So yesterday we did 550. I'm seeing 600, 650. Nick wants 650. Ooh, Keith said 700. J-Buzz says 700. Yeah, let's split the difference. Ooh, I'm seeing an 800. GLS T says 800. Gustavo says 10,000. Let's
I guess we could do, if you want to do like 675.
675. Let's do it. Deal. It's a deal. 675 for likes and views.
I think when we did it yesterday, it was like we did 650, no, 550 or 650. I forgot what it was. And I looked down at one point, it was like 1,200 or 1,100 people in here. So that was good for sure.
Very doable is what you're saying.
Yeah, very doable. You know, especially we were kind of late on setting it today. I think we all just kind of chit chatting. So
yes. Market's opening. Ding, 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 ding. Here we go. Market is open. Is opened. NASDAQ just tested the VWAP on that wick down.
How's the level you looking at?
I was watching this other chart. Oops. There we are. There's the 5-minute intraday.
All right, 675 bounty is set. I should take one of those auction classes, like where you learn how to talk really, really fast to like host an auction. That would be really fun.
No, this is kind of a stupid question, but I can't tell you the last time I used indicators, much less VWAP. How, it's different on the 15-minute than the 5, right? Like that little line.
Not the VWAP.
Not the VWAP. Okay, gotcha.
That's why it's used by so many institutions and algorithms. It's really simple.
Okay, so you can have like a 5-minute VWAP and a 15-minute VWAP all on the
VWAP's VWAP.
Okay. Yeah,
and it's definitely smart money uses the heck out of it. I've actually, because I algo trade also, and some of my algo trading groups, I've gotten to network with some people who are working for some hedge funds, and they're in the group to help optimize their strategies. They're using VWAP, and they're using RTH VWAP.
Mm-hmm.
And both of y'all
VWAP is volume weighted average price. And I did show that equation for it the other day.
Or WeWAP, if you watch Tom. Yes. WeWAP. VWAP and WeWAP, same thing.
Yeah.
We like it. WeWAP, you WAP, we all WAP.
Market is pushing down. NQ is wanting to fill this gap. 33 points about before it fills the gap from New York's close. ES just filled it. First candle is a red candle. On ES, it's looking red too. Anything can happen in this first 5 minutes. Market is cray. First 5 minutes of the open. Is anyone trading the open in chat? I think for a lot of people, I hear a lot of traders say, professional traders say, like, sit back, just let the market figure out what it wants to do. Like, just because the market opened doesn't mean we have to be in a trade.
See, you're feeling the FOMO already, Terry. Don't lie.
I know. In a way, though, it feels nice, like, because I'm like, I'm done. Already locked in about 500 in this eval. It's all good. Yeah, definitely with the gap fill. It's like, oh,
Mr.
if that's
Smith,
my
do you
trade,
think
I'd
the
love that
market knows
trade.
you personally?
Of course.
The market does not want to run over you personally.
No, the market loves me. It loves all of us. We just have to get out of the way when it's not going in our favor. Oh, Mr. Smith, are you responding to Mr. Smith's comment?
Yeah, I responded to him.
Let's see, Mr. Smith.
Market wants to run over me.
Yeah, so you have to go to Woken Trades. You have to go to, I think, what is it, to trade gold? You have to go to, I sent it to my friend the other day.
I have
Yeah.
the worst time pulling up gold for some reason. I have to put it on my watch list or it pulls up the wrong weird thing. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, so you have to go to the billing, myfundedfutures.com/billing, and click view market data subscription. Under the TraderBase subscription, click upgrade, and then click the one where it says gold, which allows you to trade gold, and then choose your desired level 1. I wish I could just drop this in the chat, but yeah, you can also search it in the MyFundedFutures Discord, and it should pop up with you're not probably the only one that's ever asked that question. That's where I found it. I had to turn it on for my friend before too. So for me, yeah, I'm watching this gold hourly chart. I want to see how we close. This is a point of interest I'm watching for potential longs in here, but I still need a good close, preferably at 10 o'clock. That would be nice because that would give me the hourly close, the 4-hour close, and it would confirm if price wanted to disrespect this hourly gap to the downside. So just kind of watching right now. I'm not interested in shorts on it at the moment. And then indices, I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do on it. I'd probably lean more bullish that since we went lower yesterday, but like it could go lower again. I don't know. Yeah. When I don't know, I'm not afraid to tell you guys I don't know.
I think it's.
I don't always think that what happened yesterday matters as much today, other than kind of where it puts the levels onto the chart. So that's why I'm just kind of looking at it. I mean, yesterday got us below 62.85 on ES, and that was kind of a major level that I'm watching. So if we don't reclaim that, this is the way I look at it: is if we have a major level and we lose or gain it and then stay on that side of it, we're on that side of it until we reverse back over it again. And so that's where we lost that level, and so now we can see if we're going to lose the next level unless we reclaim it. And that's it keeps me out of a lot of danger. Just not worrying so much about if the daily candle was red or green, just what actual levels were broken and held. Which this is feeding into my bearish plan a little bit. Unless we bounce the 75 level, it's looking bearish. You know what else I wanted to talk about real quick though? I'm on the 1 hour, just kind of watching how this candle forms right now. But I was looking over here. Tesla has been of interest again, and it just bounced off of 300. So I know Tesla's really crazy when you look in the option chain. There's going to be a ton of interest on 600 calls and 1,000 calls, and those are never going to hit. But these next 100 calls, like or puts in either direction, when you got those whole numbers on Tesla loves to run to those whole numbers, and it just got that 300. So somebody in the 300 calls was feeling pretty good taking some profits this morning. I think this one's definitely getting interesting. Look at these big wicks though. It's pretty crazy. All right. So yeah, here's the smaller time frame where I was talking about how we were losing that level. It's been choppy. And of course, we're expecting it to be more choppy given the news conditions. But this is the other thing I'm thinking about. We are in an extremely bullish run right now on the macro charts, on the dailies and the hourlies and things like that. So, I mean, we have to lose a few hundred points on ES to really be bearish again. So there's just so much room for a bullish retracement in here. And that's why I'm not getting really excited about death and all this stuff right now, because this just all makes perfect sense. And I've talked to people who don't understand the stock market about this all the time. They're just trying to make small talk with me, and they're like, but the market's down. And like, but it's not though. Like, it might be down today, but it is so up in the grand scheme of things. So I always kind of think about that. And we do have a lot of room to move lower without actually getting out of this bullish mode. And we're just looking at a very small piece of that today, honestly. So we can still, even if it ends up choppy, we can still kind of play these levels a little bit in there.
Thanks, Barbie.
We got off on a rant. I'm catching up on chat.
We love the rants. Market is NASDAQ just went and broke VWAP, but and then it went and tested it again. NASDAQ is about 22 points in the green. It could be a back and forth type of day. Wait and see. Anything can happen. One tweet, the market might go down 1% or up 1%. Yeah, we don't know. Or maybe a Fed official might say something. It definitely keeps us on our toes. So anyone who is trading the 5-minute orb just got tagged in on the short side. It is almost a full gap fill in the NASDAQ from New York's close. Let's take a look at ES. ES is red about 2 points. So I was thinking about the different types of strategies. There's like breakout strategies, mean reverting strategies, and range types of strategies. Those are kind of the three camps that I've identified. Do you guys think like all strategies kind of fit within those three? What are your thoughts? Nick? Barbie?
Yeah, Nick for a sec. I'm doing something.
Okay.
Sorry.
You mean like how like they all work within each other? Is that what you're saying?
No, like if we were to classify every single strategy, like it doesn't matter if it's ICT, if it's market profile, if it's any style of trading you can think of, it all falls within either like it's a breakout type of trade, a mean reverting type of trade, or a range type of trade. Like when I think about, okay, trading, if you were to put your strategy in like a camp, I've only identified those three camps. Like, what are your thoughts about like all strategies kind of fit within one of those three?
Yeah, I'd also add in there maybe like time frames you're trading, right? Like
Yeah.
some people like are catching like that trade the same as me are catching a trade or a couple trades every single day because they're dropping to the 1 minute and the 30-second and pairing that with like a 5-minute or a 15-minute gap. Or I don't do that, but like so you definitely have to combine the time frames in there. But yeah, I mean, I guess you could, yeah, I guess you could say that in terms of like breakouts and like support and resistance or things like that. But I guess for my strategy in particular, it's just all higher time frame retracement with a lower time frame reversal.
Yeah, I guess I don't really think about it. Is this a reversal or range or anything? It's just how the market's reacting to the levels.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
so
definitely
like that's like price.
Whatever time frames.
Yeah. So add time frames, right? Because some people always look at certain times as like let's say 7 a.m. or 8:30 a.m. And they'll use that as a big part of their strategy. And then Barbie, what you're saying is you don't look at any of that. It's just like price and levels and how does the market react to those levels?
Yeah, well, I was talking more so of like, it could be like a lower time frame, like it could be trending like the 1 minute or the 30-second, or some people trade the 2 minute, but on the 15-minute and the hourly, it's just chilling inside of a range. So that's kind of how I was like defining it right there. Let's see.
So here's like the hourly. Oh, we're looking at your charts, Nick?
Oh, no. I was just going over and typing something in the chat.
So on the hourly, we are just chopping around in NQ. This is barcoding on the hourly. Very tricky to trade. If anyone's trading, Be careful. Okay, views. We are at over 700. And how are we doing on likes? 278. Let's get those likes up, guys. Let's hit that first bounty. Let's get this money, Voltron says.
Yeah, like, drop to that 1 minute chart right now.
Okay, 1 minute.
Yeah, you see how it's like moving. It's trending on the 1 minute, but like the hourly or the 15 minutes is kind of not really a whole lot.
Yeah.
Or even like the 4 hour. And I know those are huge differences in time frames, but like for me, and I feel like you guys too, like you guys are looking at the hourly sometimes when you're taking trades or the 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Like it's still inside that range technically from the
Yeah.
past couple hours. So, but the 1 minute looks trending. So,
Yeah. So for you, Nick, do you kind of sit on your hands then if it's on the hourly, it looks like we're just chopping around, and then like on the smaller time frame?
Well, I don't think there's a point for anyone to like if you trade like me, or if you need like if you don't know your bias, you don't have like what I call a point of interest to work with that bias or narrative, like so like a low or a high or a fair value gap. If you don't have either of those two things, why are you dropping to the 5 minute chart to take like you don't have step 1 and 2 to order to generate a trade. So why even go lower than that time frame? And that's hard for people to do. They just think, oh, there's nothing here on the hourly, I should just drop to the 5 minute. Oh, the 5 minutes moving. And it's like you're not working from anything, right? You're kind of trading blind in a way.
Oh, I like that. That helps take out a lot of trades. like don't even bother.
Like for me, gold is moving right now in the 5 minute. It's not moving the way I want it to, but
okay.
I'll
Here's
pull it up.
gold.
Yeah. Oh, you got it.
Okay. So gold, you like on the 5 minute?
Yeah. So I was expecting that push up about, those 2 green candles, for us to keep going, but now it's just going lower. But they ran my level below all those equal lows from 6 a.m., 5 a.m. It ran those lows. And then I dropped down to the 5 minute chart, look for a reaction from there. It looks like I was getting it. And if I don't get it, then, I don't take a trade. It's hard to do. I try to tell people do the hard thing every day. And the hard thing is not putting on more trades. It's sitting still and waiting for your entry model.
I love that. The harder thing is just sitting and waiting for your entry model. Yeah, the easy thing is to click away. Like, oh, market's moving. Let me hop into a trade. Yeah, definitely. Oh, did we hit the bounty? There's a Carla said we hit there's the bounty.
I think we got 802 people in, but I think we just need to get the likes up now. Got 800 people watching. Should be easy to get the likes up.
Yes, sure. Agreed. Smash the like button, everyone. Yes, Denny Jones. We have not hit it in likes. Let's go. Let's go. Let's celebrate some people. So LO0Q, you passed your eval, I think you told us earlier. Is that right? Are you still listening? Let us know in chat if you passed a recent eval. Yes, congratulations. Everyone smash the confetti button for LO0Q. Let us know in chat if you passed an eval recently and or you requested a payout. We want to celebrate you. LO0Q says, I'm past a new one tomorrow. Exciting. And that was from Pogo, from the promo that we ran, like I think 2 weeks ago, where if you bought one using code YouTube, you would receive one for free once you pass that eval. So congratulations. And speaking of promos, we have 50% off any plan, any size. Use code YouTube for that. And then after you receive one for 50% off, then use code YouTube again for any accounts. You will receive 15% off, and that is unlimited. John Jack said, I just hit my MLL. Let's celebrate with a reset. It's coming, Johnny Jack. Good luck to you. Oh my gosh, we got the likes up. Awesome job, guys. The first bounty we have reached, so the treasure will drop anytime. We don't know when. Everyone stay on your toes. It can happen in the next few minutes or it can happen in 20 minutes. We don't know. Good job, guys. Ethan, why the sad face? Ethan in chat said sad face.
Let's see here. 2200.
Keith, TP Smash, congratulations. Keith is making some money.
Yeah, it looks like NQ is going lower right now, and ES is going higher, at least on the hourly charts right now. While I'm watching side by side, that's kind of crazy.
Oh yeah, here's the
not
5.
not unheard of though.
Yeah, we can take a look at your charts if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have a divergence between ES and NQ right now.
Yeah, so ES pushing higher, NQ is going lower. There is no SMT at these lows. Like I was seeing if there was one from Asia. There's no SMT here, so I don't know what we're gonna do here. If I would, since we had the move lower yesterday, which was what I initially wanted to then go higher for the rest of the week, I'd probably lean more bullish. But we do have some unfilled gaps in here from that big run that we had the past 10 days. So NQ could reach down to here, ES could reach for this one, and then we start to form like the high close in the weekly, because the weekly chart right now is a lot like this. So could go a little bit lower down to this weekly gap. And remember what I talked about yesterday, flat body lows, price likes to target those, I've noticed, especially on the higher time frame charts like the weekly. So I wouldn't be surprised if we reach down here, but the sooner it does that in the week, the better, in my opinion.
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, I mainly trade NQ, ES, and gold. Sometimes I'll trade, you guys see up here, I'll trade like EU and GU futures. That's about it. I'd probably say 80% of the time NQ, ES, 10 to 15% of the time gold, and then I'll sprinkle in a pound or euro swing overnight. Yeah, and the gold trade I was originally looking at was from this hourly swing low. I want to see us start to move higher. We were at one point. It was looking like we were going to have a nice bullish close here at 10 o'clock, but now it's looking like it's respecting this hourly gap, maybe going lower, which is not something we could have seen coming, right? Because we are currently bouncing between a bearish gap on the daily and a bullish gap. So price is, it doesn't know what it wants to do. And what I like to do in these conditions is to wait for one side of the range to get taken or to get disrespected. So if we close below here, I'll probably look to target this low next. Or if we respect here and we start to push upward, then I'd look to target this high and then this one. So majority of the time I spend looking here every single week for 2 hours. I guess 10 hours a week is, I'll probably say more than that, because if I'm going to trade for like 30 minutes, I'm looking at charts for 10, 11 hours a week. Well, I guess that'd be like 90% of the time I'm waiting. But yeah, a lot of waiting. You got to have patience for sure.
Mm-hmm. And then I think like if you don't see at all like what you're looking for, it's nice to just like take the day off and just close down the charts, and you can listen to our show and just have your charts closed off. It just takes off so much stress. Like you can still participate and feel like you know what's happening in the markets by tuning in to My Funded TV, and but like the impulse of wanting to get into a trade is gone, which is helpful. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the main reason why I try to just stay on the higher time frame charts and have like points of interest like around these on these time frames, because if I just wake up every morning, drop to the 5-minute, the 1-minute chart, my mind's just gonna play tricks on me, and I'm gonna see stuff, right? Like this move lower here. I didn't see a move lower from here. I mean, I could see why it's going lower from here, but like I could make the case for bullish too. So it's very makes it very tough.
It's balanced. The market's balanced right now. That's kind of what the problem is.
Yeah. And if you take the day off, Terry, we can't. You have to make. So there's 252 trading days a year, $5,000 per day. Can't be a millionaire. You know what I mean?
Oh, dang it. I guess I won't be a millionaire this year then. Yeah. Slow is better. I think you both have talked about it many times and shared that knowledge with us that you don't have to try and make a ton of money in one account. You can just keep adding accounts, and like $100, $200 in each account is a lot times however many accounts you have.
Yeah, no, that's the best way to do it, rather than like try to put so much risk on like a couple of one or two accounts, even, spread them out across multiple. In the future, you guys will be able to do that with MyFundedFutures going from soon to 3 to 5,
Oh, yeah, that's going to be huge. So MyFundedFutures, for people who don't know, will be increasing the number of funded accounts that we can have from 3 to 5. It will be happening soon, hopefully in the next few weeks. And we will definitely be celebrating and announcing that when that happens. Magnus says slow is fast in trading. Yeah, it's opposite.
I don't remember who I heard it from, but they say that trading is a get rich slow scheme. And I agree with that. Because if you frame it like that, you don't put the undue pressure on yourself too.
Yeah, I like that. It's like
we always
that
forget like what we're actually trading with. Like these are massive contracts that we're trading with. That's why I go over and over and over again. Like people will like come at me because I'm taking too much risk. It's like, no, you're taking too much risk because you're taking it in minis and I'm taking it in micros. It's a different deal. But that's that's part of it. Is
the code, Barbie. 50 free resets. Use code reset bonanza 50. Let us know.
We're not being very stealthy about it, but yeah, there it is.
Reset bonanza 50.
I mean, yeah, you could buy bigger accounts, or you can just not risk your entire account with one trade. So if I limit my trades to the trades that I can take with minis, I'm going to be sitting out of probably at least half of my trades. Like it allows me a lot more setups that I can take because the stop loss needs to go where the stop loss needs to go, not where I feel like putting it. It's like, well, I don't feel like taking a 100-point stop, but the trade needs a 100-point stop. Then I take it in micros. I don't say, oh, I can't take a 100-point stop because I'm going to be, making at least that in profits, right? So I'm not going to avoid that trade. I'm going to take it size so that it's not going to ruin my account. That's what I see traders doing. Everyone say, how do I not fail my prop account? And I tell them they just don't like the answer because the answer is stop sizing so big. Stop trying to do it all in one trade. It's okay to take a few trades to pass an eval. That's what I do. I don't try to pass it in one. Yeah.
The faster you try and do it, the higher your risk of ruin is.
Well, the harder it is. So if trading's hard, everyone's going to admit this is hard, right? If trading's already hard, do you want to do it in hard mode or do you want to do it in easy mode? So that's what it's a choose your own adventure. Do you want to pick easy mode or hard mode? Your choice. I don't like doing hard mode. I want to do this every day. I don't want to wear myself out. I don't want to burn out. I just had a whole real estate career where I got burnt the hell out. I don't want to get burnt out here. So I don't want to do it in hard mode every day. I want to switch gears, put it in easy mode. And yeah, it's not taking a $2,000 risk in a $2,000 drawdown,
Yeah.
That's hard
Yeah,
mode.
no, I like the easy way. I think before I liked the hard way. Now I'm liking the easy way. It's much less stress. Less of your hair will fall out.
I need my hair. It's my signature.
We like our hair. So today we have such a special guest. We have Cove on today. Cove Trader. We're excited to have Cove on. Nick, I wish you could stay and hang out with us and hang out with Cove and Barbie and me.
Yeah, I'll definitely be watching on my iPad here and be in the chat for sure, like I always am, even after the streams. But Yeah, let me share my charts 1 second before he comes on and before I head out for the day.
Perfect. Thank you.
Having to move lower here now, but I just don't have anything to work from. Like nothing has been unchanged for me on indices since an hour ago when we started the stream and when I started looking at the charts. The only thing that is completely off the table now is gold. It looks like it's respecting this bearish point of interest. So I'm leaning bullish because I had the bullish trade yesterday that you guys that called out and some of you guys took. I was expecting a retracement around here inside this 4-hour BISI to the upside, and looks like we're going to disrespect it here in the next 2 minutes when this 4-hour candle close. Yeah, so this does not look good for bulls right now. So probably in days like this, I just try to get to 11 o'clock, 11:30. Where I don't really know what's going on. Just try to get to 11 o'clock, 11:30, because then I can control the damage, right? Like I can just get to the next day. Maybe there's a setup. If not, so on and so forth. And right now, just don't really see a whole lot. But that can change in the morning when I wake up and see a clean setup. And, that's all you need in order to be a profitable trader and have a good week trading, right? Shut up, Nick. I'm long gold. Good luck, bro. I hope it works out for you. I really do. Yeah, I'm gonna head out here now. I will see you guys back here tomorrow.
Awesome. So good to see you, Nick. We will see you tomorrow. Thank
Awesome.
you.
Yeah.
Bye. Let's welcome Cove Trader.
What up?
Oh, what up? How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
I'm just markets chopping around, but a couple good moves through the day.
Have you taken any trades yet?
Yes. I am up on the day, and now I'm working on my brand new MyFundedFutures funded account.
Woohoo!
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, I got it. I got it yesterday by following the rules.
That's the way.
I took a wild trade yesterday and it worked out. So things were good, and yeah, we're back in funded land.
Nice.
Nice.
Do you want to share your screen with us and maybe talk through some of the trades that you took this morning so far? And yeah, if you see anything, definitely jump in. As far as trades go.
Let's see. Whoop. Do you see my OF or do you see my my funded futures?
Are you? Yeah, I see your OF, but we'll talk about that later. We should do a collab.
I'm all in. You let me know where.
That's what we have the casting couch for.
I love the couch back there. What do you got? Like a pink light going on?
Yeah, we have to have it on theme. So
Nice.
I can actually change it too. We can theme it. There, I got a blue light now.
That's pretty cool. I always say that you have pretty nice decor back there.
Well, thank you.
Compared to a lot of the other ones. I got a blank
I liked it.
wall. Nothing nothing great. And I got kid stickers on my desk. But that's pretty much it. How's everybody else doing today?
Good. I locked in about 500 in an eval in pre-market, and my goal today is just to sit on my hands and lock it in and be done. I'm working on not over trading, right? Like that's kind of a tough one. So I am, even though I saw the gap fill in NASDAQ, I did feel a little FOMO. We talked about it briefly on the show, but yeah, it's good. I'm just sitting on my hands. And Barbie, what do you see when you look at the chart right now?
Candlesticks, lots of candlesticks. We've lost that area that's kind of getting into my bearish plan. So I've been working on that over here a little bit to see if we can get down into the the first level I have is 62.66 and then 62.50. So we shall see.
So actually this morning I smashed this short right here. I don't know if you. Oh, so right on your screen, you can see it right at
We got you.
49.50.
Yeah.
We're tapping. Oh, there we go. So we were riding this, unable to break,
Mm-hmm.
and I actually took this short and I covered down here. I know it wasn't like great, but I took it with 3 minis. So 3 minis. I think I got like 10 points and I was out.
You take what you get when we have these smaller little zones and ranges. So nice one.
Nice trade.
Yeah, it was what it was. I had to make back a loss from earlier in the session, pre-market. I can't stand trading pre-market, but obviously I got sucked in. And
when you see that setup, it's there, right?
They get me all the time. It's like I hit the button and somebody's like, he's in, dump it. And I'm like, jeez.
That's why I don't trade that like 20 minutes before the market opens. Sometimes I'm already in a trade and I want to make sure that I've got my stop protecting it by then, like stop past break even.
Just remember, you're 1 tweet away from destroying your account.
Yeah, especially like if you don't have stops in. Do you always trade with stops, Cove, or no stops?
It depends on what I'm doing. If I'm looking at the higher time frame, I'm probably got like a loose stop, a mental stop. What I don't want to happen in this environment is I get whipped. Yesterday I got literally top ticked right before the big dump, and it just was like, and that's why I don't leave them in sometimes, because you get like one of those flash candles up real quick.
Mm-hmm.
And it sucks you out, and not in a great way. And then all of a sudden we just drop, and that's, and I'm just like, did that really just happen to me? But the Japan news made for great trading yesterday. We got the big dump, and then I ripped it back up. That was really good. I think that's actually what I passed the account on yesterday.
That's awesome. Yeah, it was such a V bottom yesterday. The market sold off. Are you talking about the first 15 minutes? I know people got tagged in on the long side, and then the market just reversed to the opposite direction.
It was on the Japan news. I think they said that they were doing the tariffs. We dumped, and then here I'll just scroll on back. I think it was right here actually. It was this dump, and then we caught it actually on the 15-minute chart. We touched a breaker. I don't have it on this screen because they don't have the indicators, but right here we touched a breaker, and I took it long. We basically bottom ticked this right here, and then we took it up, and that was probably the best trade of the day. But I am worried. I know last week Trump said about Canada, the Canada tariffs are coming into play. They're talking EU tariffs, and they keep pushing back this China thing, which leads me to believe that there's no deal. So it's going to be an interesting next 30 days.
Very interesting. Yeah, what an incredible trade that you caught yesterday. You basically caught the bottom of the day.
Grabbed that bottom, took it up. Yep. So yeah, I mean, listen, next week starts earnings. I don't know if you guys know, but there's much more economic data next week. You got earnings next week. I think all the banks start reporting next week, July 14th, I believe. So this is kind of like the lull, the quiet before the storm. And then we're going to roll right into the craziness. You're going to have earnings after hours where you could play certain things. Yeah, I'm excited to get out of this lull of the market and start pushing back to some more volatility.
Yeah, just trading back and forth, the barcoding. So with earnings coming next week, you're kind of expecting some big moves, it sounds like.
Yeah, sometimes I catch the after hours, to be honest with you. Depending on who's reporting. There's ways that you could play earnings after hours to catch 5-10 points pretty quick.
The tech earnings will definitely move NASDAQ. I've done that before. You can play NASDAQ on the tech earnings.
Yep. That's usually what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the big players that are going to swing the market. You know, Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft, Google, you know, Tesla. I'm looking for something that's going to move it, you know, 30 to 50 points. And yeah, you could definitely. I've passed accounts. I've gotten payouts after hours on these types of moves.
Nice. Can you give us like a sneak preview for people who might be interested in doing that next week? Like, how do you do it? Do you do it on a 5-minute? Do you use bracket orders? Like,
I'll bracket on the 1, and it's got to be a big player in the NASDAQ reporting. I think banks start reporting next week.
Yeah, I just looked. JP Morgan is on Tuesday pre-market. That's the first big one. There's some smaller ones before, but
I'm not playing JP Morgan. I'm looking for the top 7 big guys in
like
the
Mag 7. Yeah, so we're not there yet.
No, but those guys, JP Morgan and them, will create volatility in the market for me to, you know, trade, and it'll pop this thing up a little bit. I'm expecting
it's the following week. We've got Google, Tesla, all that kind of thing. So
yeah, I'm slamming that. I'm all in, waiting for them. Sometimes they report same day after hours, a couple of them. But that's where you want to create the volatility. Also, there's less volume after hours, so the thing will definitely wick around.
Yeah, it'll move fast. Those are those squishy charts I'm always talking about. The squishy charts.
Squishy charts? What's a squishy chart?
So it's when you're watching earnings and you've got a normal up and down chart, and then the big candle comes in and squishes all that price action into a flat line. Those are the squishy charts.
So
that's how you know that your options earnings play has just gone 10x. So
when you play it, do you do a bracket with a trail, or how do you do it?
I usually use the same strategy I use with data, where I'm looking ideally for a reversal up into the midpoint of the mega candle, and then from there I'm watching price action to see for a continuation or to drop, you know, go back the original direction for continuation or reversal. I do a Fibonacci thing.
The riskier of the trades. You know, full port, no stop loss.
Methodical man. The methodical man said, I usually just full port with no stop loss.
There you go. That's
hey, I'll be honest with you, been there. I mean, especially on an account that's kind of beat up, that's a great way to bring it back to life. Give it some mouth to mouth at the end of on earnings.
Literally YOLO it.
Sorry to interrupt. Cove's YouTube link is in chat right now. Abhishek just dropped it. So if you'd like to go and subscribe to Cove Trader's channel, Cove live streams, has tons of content, and also on X. You can follow him on X and YouTube.
I'm everywhere.
Everywhere.
Literally.
Man.
You do. You stay very social and active online. I love it.
It's going up to 5 accounts?
Yes.
We're so excited.
I'm excited.
Yes. Cove Trader is a partner with MyFundedFutures. So it will be so exciting for all of us to party together. We'll go from 3 funded accounts. We can go all the way up to 5 soon. Hopefully in the next few weeks here, we'll be able to officially announce it and talk about it and do it to have 5 funded accounts. I know Barbie has shared lots of knowledge with us about trading less in wins in each account and just keep adding accounts to scale that way.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it. So when you get a funded account, you're still working. It's not it's not 50K, it's not 100K that you're working with. It's the drawdown amount that you have, and that's a much lower number, and that's the one that you need to focus on. And that when you put in perspective, if you're working with $1,500 or $2,000 or $2,500 a drawdown, taking a mini in that's kind of scary. So that's why, especially those funded accounts, I like to keep them scaled down, and I'd rather have more that I'm trading smaller than one that I'm risking all the time. That's the way I look at it. I don't like having to keep earning new accounts all the time.
I'm with you. That's the worst part, is starting over. I like to have multiple funded accounts. And like you said, I spread the risk. Like if I go down $500 in a funded account for the day, I move on. I don't say I got to revenge trade that account. Like that account is done for the day and I'll just pick it up tomorrow. It's just not worth blowing the account. You know, I feel like if you switch to a new account, you're less likely to revenge trade because you're like, all right, well, this account's at 0 for the day. Like, let me just wait for the setups instead of looking at
and I'll look at the net
500, being like, I got to make this up.
Yeah, if this one's negative 200 and this one's negative 140, but this account has 600, then I'm net positive for the day. And that's the way I kind of look at it. Is I want to keep as many of these accounts alive as possible. And a lot of times that is kind of spreading things out, especially on a day like today where we don't have a really clean, clear A+ setup. That's when I have a perfect setup, that's when I'm more likely to just be copying like all in, let's just go. But I don't have that very often. And even when I do have that, I'll take it smaller in these accounts that don't have very much room. So I might have one that has $3,000 to draw down, but one that has $500 to draw down. So that one I'm going to be really, really, really careful with and really just save. But that's why when people are wondering, like, should I become should I trade prop firms? Part of what I want to explain is like you need to have a plan with your prop firms. Just like you would have a plan with your funded account, how you're doing withdrawals and things. You have to plan for how you're going to operate with your prop accounts too. So don't forget that step.
I definitely agree. Also, just to throw it out there, like when MyFundedFutures is running a deal, load the boat because if it goes back to normal price, you're just paying more money. Like right now, I know you guys are running 50 off. Yes. Everyone should grab at least one account at 50 off. You know,
oh, it's incredible. It's such an incredible deal to grab an expert account for half the price. Yeah, use code YouTube for that, you guys. 50% off any account, and then after that, it's 15% off unlimited accounts.
Which is still great because it was not 15, so now you're doing 15. Like, I don't know. That's how I work. Just like you said, like a plan on prop firms. Like, you guys are running a deal. Definitely take advantage of it. That's how I see it.
Yeah. Cove, what you're talking about, and Barbie, what you're talking about as far as like having multiple accounts, and if you take a loss in one account, like you, or however much it is your trade management, like let's say you're down 300 and then you move on to the next account. It sounds like it's such an important part of trading props, like learning how to manage your accounts so that you get to pay out, right? Like multiple payouts. Cove, I know on your stream, you've gotten over 120,000 in profits and payouts for the year so far.
So that's actually I trade stock and options also. So that's everything combined. I didn't update it. There's another 20,000 on top of it. I did about 20 grand last month between props, stocks, and options. I go through it all in the videos about the breakdowns and everything else. But yeah, I don't just trade props. Like I said, I've been trading options since 2017 and stocks from like 07. I'm older than you think I am. Yeah. So I don't want anybody to be like, oh, like that's just, it's not, I keep it, I'm very open about it. And, I show every day what I'm in, and, you know, transparency is the best. You know, I show my accounts, my account numbers. All of a sudden I don't get smoked on the stream. And then you see how great I did at the end of the day.
Right.
It's not like that.
Yeah, you're showing, it sounds like you're showing the losses and the wins.
You got to show the whole thing because the whole thing's the journey. Some days are really great. Some days are not. And I tell everybody, if you can't leave it at your computer and you start treating your friends and family different from trading, you should take a step back, because when you get out of the chair, you should just leave all of this here. And that's what it's about. It's just a job. Your job is to extract as much money from the market as you can. And when it's done, it's over. You know, whether you had a great day or a bad day, you should just be you at the end of the day when you're hanging out with everybody.
Yeah, I'm glad you're bringing that up. It's so true. Like I when I think about my own trading journey, I think I want it to be a situation where no one can tell if I had a great day or a bad day after I'm done trading. Like you shouldn't be able to tell if I had a bad day or a good day, because the emotions should just be like it's just another work day. It's not like, oh, I lost today, so now I'm going to be grumpy all day and I'm going to be mean to people and I hate life. Like, that's just no way to live. We have to, it's no way to live. We have to have balance, and we have to be able to see, like what you're saying, leave it at the desk. Whatever happened for the day, like, you're done, good or bad. It's go on with the rest of your life.
So,
The
Cove,
biggest test for me was I lost about $9,500 on my birthday, and when I'm done, I just had, and that's real money. That wasn't prop money. Like, and I just had to get up and say, hey, it's done. And then that was when I really took over that type of mindset. And that was many years ago. And it is what it is. You know, you just, it's a job. It's your job, and that's it. Mm-hmm. You know?
Cove, we were talking earlier, I think everyone puts a lot on every single trade. Like, they want this one trade to be the one that makes them enough money to start relaxing a little bit. And because you like actually share everything that you make, and we're at a big number already. Congratulations. What can you say to people who are trying to put all of that on one trade? Because I'm guessing that you don't, in order to be able to come up with the big number. At the end of the day, you're not focused on getting a big number every single time. It's about the big picture.
It's definitely about the big picture. You know, I tell everybody, because, you know, people have always asked me, because they obviously see me trade the prop firms. I make money. I trade options. I go after a lot of small gains, and compounding is your best friend. You're not going to make $300,000 trading, you know, probably one account in a prop firm, the same way you're not going to make $300,000 trading $1,000 options account. Focus on small gains. I saw something on Twitter yesterday where a guy had $100,000, and it was, you know, to make 3,000, you just needed 3%. But if you had like a $10,000 account, like, it's just compounding. It's easy to make 3% rather than going for like 30 and blowing the account. Because you'll just keep starting over and over and over. And that's what people do in the prop firms. They see these guys on Twitter, and they're constantly like, oh, I need to make that money. But they don't realize is they'll hit for $200 in a half hour and be like, that's not enough, because Jimmy on Twitter made $5,000, but Jimmy on Twitter is actually lying to you. But then the guy will go to work for 8 hours and make $200, and that's great. But the 30 minutes he did online wasn't enough, that he had to make that one more trade and then blow it all. So, you know, take small gains. I like spreading it out among multiple accounts.
It makes it easier, doesn't it?
What's up?
It makes it easier, doesn't it, when you trade smaller on a larger number of accounts versus trying to trade larger in one account?
I personally think that my sweet spot is like 3 to 5 accounts, trading 3 to 5 micros is usually my sweet spot. I was copy trading this morning. I was copy trading 7 accounts with 3 minis on each, but that is not recommended. Sometimes you just go for it, and I pick my spots, but my sweet spot is 3 to 5 micros. Especially in this environment, I tell everybody in this environment, whatever you usually trade with, go at half that, and whatever your stop loss is in tick wise, double that. So you still have the same dollar amount, but you're able to let it move around a lot more.
Yeah.
Because you're chopping.
I get that a lot. Everyone's like, what do you mean your stop? Like, I feel like the new traders want no stop loss and all take profit. And my best trades, the ones that make me lots of money and give me the 4 or 5 figure days, they have big stop losses. They have room to do their work.
Yeah.
The worst thing is getting stopped out of a good trade, a good idea. It's the worst.
I would rather add on a pullback. If I'm like, hey, we're gonna trend up, I'll rather add when we come back to maybe like the 34, stack onto my position.
But again, you can't do that if you're already over leveraged at the beginning.
Yes.
So Good points here.
Mm-hmm. Trade
Oh,
smaller. It's what I'm gathering from all of this. Trade smaller, multiple accounts. Yeah. And in this type of environment with lots of chop barcoding, if we give ourselves more room to get the trade idea right versus just getting stopped out with like one mini or something. Although Cove, it sounds like part of your strategy is you'll scalp with like 3 to 5 minis sometimes, and you're just looking for 10 points.
I'll look sometimes for 5.
5
You
points.
know, if the money is there, like I'm one of those guys that like, hey,
There
if
you
I
go.
went in with three minis and I got 5 points, $300 across 6 accounts, you're at $1,800. Like I'm gone. I'm giving you the wrong number, the wrong name. I'm done for the day. I don't want to come back. The accounts are done. Like it's no point. You know how fast that goes? $300 in, I don't know, sometimes it's 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Like
Yeah.
that's where people think, oh, I need more. It's like, no, just take the money in front of you. Because the worst thing that could happen is you're up 5 or 8 points with 3 minis, and then it goes against you, and now you're just kicking yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then you're hanging on to the losers sometimes. Like it's bad.
People love hanging out. Dude, my neighbor hangs on to losers all the time. But you like it's so true though. People will hold a loser for like a 30-point loss, but not take a 10-point gain on it. It's amazing. Amazing. It's just that's a mentality thing where people always think it's gonna come back instead of just having that stop where it's just say, hey, like I'm out, let's regroup. And I think it's harder to regroup in this market because there's not that many trades that present themselves when you're chopping, rather than 3 months ago when every candle was 20 or 30 points.
Yes.
You know,
Market is making a new low in New York session. So when you look at this chart, what are you thinking?
I was bearish early on, so we couldn't break over basically VWAP, and we were kind of hanging right above 900. Once we kind of were selling below this a couple times and not getting the push back up, I was bearish. I was leaning towards bearish. Also, I've been talking bearish since last week. Thursday at close,
It's been time.
What's up?
It's been time. I've been begging for a pullback. Like, come on.
Yeah, I unloaded a lot of my personal account on Thursday, and I've been talking about
Same.
us coming
Or
back.
Wednesday, but
you know, we basically swept all-time highs, and now we're back, you know, coming back under the previous high. Obviously no one knows where we're gonna go, but I would love some tariff drama to bring us a real pullback of maybe 8 to 10%, and then, you know, feel more comfortable.
And then we load up the swings again.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to do.
I'm waiting for it. I'm with you. I'm gonna be buying with you.
I need another China Trump drama, and then I could back the truck up when we're down 20% or something. That was amazing, by the way.
That was so amazing.
Yeah, that's obviously that's where I made a lot of my money. As we were going down, I had spots where I was adding certain companies, and it was great for trading props. I mean, we were moving around. 20, 30 points was nothing. It was So it was
600 day on ES. That was so fun.
I thought it was. I mean, payout.
I thought it was too.
Quick.
We were in it, so
it was great. I hope we return to those times. Obviously, you're in summer months. Volume's down. Volatility's down. I think the kickoff of earnings season might bring a little bit more. And then, you know, typically as everybody gets back, what is that, like September, things start picking up again.
Yeah.
I got to look at seasonality also, which is I definitely look at. I take seasonality into play when choosing a swing as well.
Oh, tell us more about that, about how, like, what does that mean? looking at seasonality.
On average, the months are usually green, red, and how much they're green or red based on years of data. So that's something I pull up just to see kind of what months are weak, what months are strong.
Mm-hmm.
And then I work down from that, and I'll look at days, the 4 hour, the hour, and just kind of get like where I think we're going and kind of play that direction more than just looking at a 1 minute chart saying, all right, we're kind of bullish here. Oh, we're kind of bearish here. Like, I look at the higher time frames and get a bias and then come lower and say, okay, cool. Like, on the higher time frames, I think we're going to dump. So, even if we start bouncing and it's looking good, I know my bias is still to the downside. So I should just be looking for shorts. And a lot of the times I'm looking for one of the big things I look at are fair value gap inversions for an entry. So I'll go on the lower time frames and kind of look for that as a way to grab my entry to go whatever way I want, and it gives a definitive stop as well.
You said real quick before you go, you typically look for fair value gaps, inversions. Oh, can you show us real quick like what that looks like?
It's not on this chart. I don't have the script on this thing. I have it on other charts. I'd have to bring it up. I can bring it up next time. I'll have it all set up for you guys.
Yeah, bring it up next time. And then if anyone wants to ask Cove questions, go and subscribe to Cove's YouTube channel. I am going to drop it in. Abhishek did drop it in earlier, which helped me copy it. So there is Cove Trader's YouTube channel. Everyone go subscribe, and then I'm sure you'll be happy to talk more on your stream.
Hey man, I'm always open to talking to new people, helping people out, because that's what it's about. It's about giving back. And I'll be honest with you, sometimes the new traders come with a different perspective than like you've had for so long. And they'll say something and I'll be like, that's a pretty good idea. And I just wasn't thinking about it because I stick to kind of what works. And when I hear from other traders, I just like to get other people's perspectives about everything trading. Because you never know, one little nugget can turn your whole thing around, from either not profitable to breaking even to profitable. You're always like one step away from having that like aha moment, and then things going really good.
Yes. Thank you for those encouraging words, Cove Trader. Cove Trader in the house. We love having you here. We can't wait to have you back again.
I love being here. I love talking to you girls. Talking trading, seeing what everyone's doing. Everybody in the chat, I hope you guys are crushing it today. Don't get FOMO, especially in chop. A lot of people get FOMO at the top and the bottom, where they think it's going to break out or dump, and then you end up getting smoked.
Okay, don't get smoked. Thank you, Cove. Barbie, last minute thoughts?
Nope.
Words of encouragement? Oh, we can't hear you, Barbie. I think you're muted.
Yeah, sorry, I had dogs barking. Well, yeah, so I wrapped up that little short that I was in on ES at 62.66. I have a runner, but I'm not real optimistic about it right now. The orb trade scratched out at break even, so that is what it is. So I'm gonna take it easy today because we're kind of really falling into that chop situation, but I'll keep watching. I'm gonna be on the other stream later today, so it'll all work out. We'll have some fun.
Thank you, Barbie. Thank you, Cove. Thank you, chat. This was fantastic. Have a great rest of your day, and let's welcome Ash. Ash Trades, come on down.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you, Ash?
I'm doing good. How are you doing today?
Good. That was so much fun. We love having Cove Trader on. He is a great guest and great trader. awesome to hear all the knowledge from everyone, and Barbie and Nick. Yeah, it was a good morning. How's your morning going?
Slower morning for myself. No positions yet. Just waiting for something more decisive. It's been pretty choppy to start the week, so it's been a real slow week to start. What about yourself?
Yeah, pre-market, I locked in about 500 on an eval, and then my goal was to trade less, and so I didn't take a single trade during the entire show. Go me!
There you go. Patience
Yes.
is a virtue.
Pardon?
Patience is a virtue.
It really is, yeah. So just working on those small changes, just a step at a time. Yeah, so it's been good, but I will pass the baton to you. I hope you have a fantastic show. Bye, chat. You guys were awesome today, and I will see all of you guys tomorrow.
Very good. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, hello, hello. What's up, chat? How's everybody doing today? Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Welcome back to another live stream with myself. Do me a favor. I did come across a couple audio issues this morning. It looked like it might have just happened there too during the introduction. Do me a favor. If you could hear me clearly, just throw some thumbs up in the chat. I want to make sure that my mic's working correctly. I don't know why I'm having audio issues this morning, but during my live stream, along with that introduction right there, it looks like it's kind of skipping in and out. Do me a favor. If you could hear me loud and clear, throw a thumbs up in chat. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, chat. I just wanted to double check. Not sure what's going on here, but quicker morning, seeing what's currently developing. We're going to hop right into it. Let's take a look at this right here. Everybody knows the model that I trade. This is currently what I'm looking for. We have a swing low, a swing high, a new low, then a new high. Some very clear displacement here as well. If this fair value gap gets confirmed, right, this candle right here, if they create this fair value gap, then this would be a bullish unicorn. I would look for a long that looks like this with a very clear draw on liquidity. If you take a look at these highs, there's way too many highs here. All of this right here, these need to be taken out. When stuff is this clean right here, that's going to act as a draw on liquidity. So currently, looking at this, looking at longs, this will be the target. Let's see if they provide any type of entry. As we're waiting and watching, we're going to do the top-down analysis talking about this position. I want to see if it provides any entry first, and then we can get into the top-down analysis. We can also hop over to NQ to see if it has the same position, and it does, right? So you have the swing low here, swing high, new low, new high. So it has the same exact position, which two correlated assets, you want them to be moving the same at the same time. That looks like more momentum than if they weren't. So let's get this outlined. These are the two positions that I'm looking at for today's session. Targeting the highs. Okay. We'll talk about this in a second. I just want to see if it provides an entry first. If they run directly to the target without providing an entry, I'm not going to chase it. Okay, so either this happens or I'll remain flat. I'm not looking to enter where it's currently located. My entry location is the beginning of the breaker. So if it does not retrace to the breaker, then I'm not going to chase the position. But let's take a look. Perfect timing for my segment. A unicorn appears right at the beginning of my second. So let's see what occurs. You have a very clear draw on liquidity here with all the highs. So we're targeting the highs currently. See what price wants to do. See if we'll get an entry. See what happens. As we're waiting and watching, we can go through our top-down analysis now. First thing that I want to get to is the economic calendar. Okay. The choppy, indecisive start to the week makes sense, in my opinion. There hasn't been any news that occurred on Monday and Tuesday. Yes, we had that Trump tweet yesterday that definitely provided some volatility. But the red folders are the liquidity injections. This is when there's volatility in the market. That's why we get over on the economic calendar. Time is our most important element. Seeing that there was no red folders on Monday and Tuesday makes sense for the indecisive choppiness. We do have red folders on the second half of the week. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some volatility tomorrow and the next day, which coincides with your actions, right? So you can already be approaching the market more patient and selective just by simply knowing the economic calendar, simply looking for volatility. Okay, so hopefully that explains some of my patience from yesterday. Same thing today. So far, there hasn't been any executions. I would take this position if they give it. Once again, I'm not going to force them to do something. I'm going to objectively analyze the information. So just reading it left to right. So far, it provided a long opportunity. Ever since providing the long opportunity, it has not provided an entry yet. If we do get a retest, then I'll consider entering to target the highs. I'm not going to force price to do something certain. So let's just objectively analyze if we get an entry for this position or not. If price decides to go to the target before providing an entry, I would no longer consider using this position. All right, so let's get top-down analysis done. As we're waiting and watching, so far it hasn't pulled back to the entry location, so we'll continue to keep waiting and watching. After understanding the important times of the day, that's when we start to create a game plan by going to the daily chart. Everybody that's been working with me here understands how I create a bias, right? So in terms of creating a game plan, this is quite literally what we do as day traders every single day. This is how we approach our business, is creating a game plan heading into the market. The first thing that we're always considering is time. We get to the economic calendar and look at the red folders. Since there was no red folders, the only important time today was New York Open, right? 9:30 a.m. So those are the important times to understand. Then is bias or withdrawal and liquidity. In my opinion, those two things mean the same exact thing, right? Whatever you think price is reaching for is a bias. Whatever price is reaching for is a draw on liquidity. In my opinion, those two things mean the same thing. For myself, I get to the daily chart. I look at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. That's how I create a bias. Currently, with ES is currently dealing with a bullish FEG, right? So this literally explains the reason why I'm pointing to that long position on the lower time frame. Price is potentially finding support from the bullish FEG. When price is located at a bullish FEG on the daily chart, I have a bullish bias. So I'm looking for a bullish position for this reasoning right here, looking to see if this area provides any support for price. Right, so now in terms of our game plan, we know the important times of the day. Now we have an idea, right? A bullish bias. On top of the bullish bias, you can get down to the hourly chart. Right, so on the hourly chart, that's where I'm looking at market structure, and I'm looking for a clear draw on liquidity. you can see these failure swings right here, and that's what I was pointing to on the lower time frame, as relative equal highs. Once again, everybody that's been working with me, let me just check to see if this is giving an entry. Not yet, but we do got to pay attention here. See if this gives an entry here. This is the location that I'm looking to enter here. So we'll see if it pulls back to that location. Let's leave that on the chart so that we're aware during our top-down analysis. For all the individuals that have been working with me, they know that I want to use equal highs or equal lows as a draw on liquidity. They know that the right side of the equal highs or the equal lows should be the failure swing. Right? So you can see it here. Here's the swing high. To the right of it has a failure swing. That's why I'm looking at this as equal highs or a draw on liquidity. Next thing to understand is that when I have a bullish bias, I'm looking to execute from a higher time frame point of interest. The higher time frame points of interest are the same thing as the bias. I'm looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. Okay, so since I'm bullish today, I would want to look for long positions from higher time frame points of interest. You can see the bullish FEG here. So we may potentially be bouncing from a bullish FEG. Therefore, we have a bias. We went to the daily chart. We went to the hourly chart, and we have a higher time frame point of interest and a draw on liquidity. That's when you go to the 5-minute chart looking for your entry function, right? And that's why I pointed it out here. You have a bullish unicorn right here. So we're waiting to see if it provides a retracement to enter a long, targeting 2R. So entry is at the beginning of the breaker, stop goes at the low, targeting 2R. And 2R nicely lines up with our draw on liquidity. So everything here, in my opinion, aligns for taking risk, right? It fits my game plan. More importantly, I created a game plan, and now I understand what I'm executing. So during the time of the market being open, it's a matter of executing that game plan with strictly defined risk management. And I can strictly define my risk management because of the model I use. I know where I enter. I know where the stop loss is. So I know what invalidation would be. Okay. Let's see if we get support from the breaker here. This is the position that I was looking for. Let's see if we can get support from the breaker and then reach for 2R. So now that it is retested the entry function, we will now look to target this here. Okay, so risk is to be accepted before any risk is taken. Once again, a quick disclaimer. This is not a signal service. I am here to document my own journey. You are to take full responsibility of your own risk. I will not take any responsibility for it. This is not a signal service. I'm simply documenting my own journey and sharing it with everybody else publicly here. So now that you got a top-down analysis, now that we got a retrace to the entry function, now that risk has been accepted, now it's a moment in time to allow the probabilities to play out. So if you are capable of accepting the risk, then you just got an opportunity to enter here. If you accepted the risk, now it's the moment in time to allow the probabilities to play out. Okay, so let's see what happens. Let's see. If anybody has any questions or comments, we can go over that as we're waiting and watching. Now that you got the top-down analysis, now that you got the entry function, now that we got a retrace back to the location of our entry, now we can see how the position plays out. You have all the reasons or the justifications to my actions. Now it's a matter of seeing what the results are to that logic. So I'll head over to chat now. Let's take a look. Let me just refresh the page. It doesn't look like the comments are refreshing. Give me 2 seconds. All right, there we go. All right, if you have any questions, any information, anything that you'd like to go over, whether it's regarding today's information, whether it's regarding what we're analyzing currently, or anything to do with this trading business, feel free to throw it in chat. Let's see what chat has for us. Why aren't we executing on NQ? So the daily chart is the reason. It's very clear that ES has a bullish FEG. So to have a bullish bias on ES makes sense compared to NQ. If you go to NQ, there is no FEG there. Right. So in my opinion, the bias is very clear on ES, and that's the reason why we're taking a look at ES and not NQ. Very clear information, right? So in terms of a bias here, there's no bullish FEG, whereas ES does have the bullish FEG. So a clear bias is the reason why we're looking at ES versus NQ. That would be the reason why. Ash, how much time do you spend trading? Well, 6 a.m. I usually wake up. I usually take an hour to get prepared, whether that's getting a walk in, getting some sun on my skin, getting the blood flowing. I take about an hour to get prepared. Then from 7 to 8 o'clock, I'm usually responding to people in my communities, answering questions, providing information, going over information, and going over charts. Then from 8 to 9 is when I'm doing my pre-market analysis. That's when I'm actually creating a game plan and getting prepared for the day. Then 9:30 to 12 is my hunting hours. So in terms of my trading business, that's a snapshot of my schedule for my trading business. How did you choose that candle with the gray box? A bullish breaker is the highest up-close candle before the leg down that took liquidity. If you need a refresher on the unicorn model, just go to my YouTube channel, which is right here. You can see the underscore, or where is it? It's right underneath my picture somewhere. @_Ash_trades_. If you go to YouTube, I have a playlist called the Unicorn Model Playlist. It'll show you all of the concepts to the unicorn model. Simply put, the bullish breaker is the highest up close candle before the leg down that took liquidity, right? So leg down that took liquidity means a price run that runs below a swing low. Here's the swing low, and I just told you it's the highest up close candle before that happens. Look at this here. So that's the bullish breaker. The definition of bullish breaker is shown in that playlist as well. That's why I'm saying just check out the YouTube for a free playlist on the unicorn model. Did you take this? Yeah, I have this going on my personal cash account. This is a low probability setup. The risk has been accepted, so therefore the risk has been taken. Now it's a matter of waiting for the probabilities to play out. Due diligence has already been done. At this moment in time, it's either a stop loss or a take profit. So price can and will do whatever it wants whenever it wants to. Do you trade continuations? Yes. The unicorn model could be a reversal or a continuation. Either one. Ash, that daily FEG was already swept yesterday? Yeah, price traded into it yesterday as well. Same thing today. Invalidation is exactly what's shown here. So this will be a stop loss. Let's see if it gets tagged. Give me 2 seconds. Nope, it didn't register yet, but that doesn't get any closer. Let's see what happens here. The stop loss is exactly what's shown on the screen. Let's see what happens here. Stop is in place. It's already set. It's a form of risk management to have the stop placed. The order is there, ready to be ordered if we hit this location. Let's see if it gets tagged this time. Once again, just allow the probabilities to play out. Just wait and be patient. See what price wants to do here. No emotion to have. It's a matter of accepting the risk before the risk is taken, right? Just because we're in drawdown doesn't mean that the game plan changes. Stop remains exactly where it is, allowing the probabilities to play out. Once again, if you have any questions or comments regarding the information, regarding today's action, feel free to throw it in chat as we're waiting and watching. Currently in drawdown on a long. The information is exactly what's shown on the screen. The stop is at the low there. You should know what stage the market is in. Let me just go over that comment real quick. We don't know anything. You cannot predict the future. So acting, that's the stop loss there. Okay. Stop loss was hit. That is a loss. Right. So anybody that needs an example of a stop loss, you just saw one live. I'll post the executions on my Twitter right after this. Back to the comment. You have to understand that we don't know anything. So acting with certainty is low probability. You have to be comfortable being uncomfortable. We don't have 100% certainty about anything. That's why they are probabilities. On top of probabilities, it's a random distribution of probabilities. So again, acting with certainty, in my opinion, that's not a good idea. Okay. Why did I not consider the bearish unicorn? I explained to you that I had a bullish bias. That's why. I trade my bias. I don't counter trade my bias. So this is where a real trader is made. Okay. This is where a real trader is made. What are you going to do after you have a loss? How do you react to a loss? Are you the individual that's going to go right back into the market because you're revenge trading to the point where you have to make that money back, that person, they're going to burn their accounts immediately. Those are the people that blow their accounts each week. Or are you going to be able to deal with a loser the same way you deal with a winner? You document it and you move on. You come back at another point in time to analyze the information, to make a pros and cons list, to see what you can learn from it. But no matter what, you choose risk management over everything else, and you step away from the computer and don't take any more risk. You choose risk management over your feelings. Which one are you going to be? Okay, which one are you going to be? Are you going to be the revenge trader, or are you going to remain patient, accept the loss, and learn from it? In my opinion, the person that accepts the loss, walks away, and comes back at another time to learn from it, those are the people that are going to still be here in the long term. The people that are revenge trading, oversizing, over leveraging, needing to make the money back, those are going to be the individuals that blow their accounts. Losses are a part of this business. You've seen me take losses right here live in front of you, and I'm still standing here. That's because we fall in love with the process. The results are just a byproduct to it. In this business, it is inevitable to have losers. You will have losers, plain and simple. There's no such thing as a 100% win rate. A realistic win rate is about 50%. So when you're losing, you have to confirm that you never have a large loss. Risk management will be the reason why you make it or break it. I've continued to show that with my live account. I have a 50% win rate on my live account. You've seen me take wins on the stream. You've seen me take losses on the stream. That's what trading is. You should react the same to both scenarios. You should be able to objectively analyze both your winners and your losers. You should be able to document everything and learn from it. Ash, do you re-enter on the failed unicorn? No, you must not be listening to the entire conversation that I'm having. I'm quite literally speaking about no revenge trading, no emotional inducement. We just took a loss. The last thing that I want to do is re-enter the position. The best idea, and what I'm trying to communicate here is the best idea is to remain patient, document the information, and learn from it. Not immediately go right back in, revenge trading. Okay, so yeah, that was on the live account. Like I said, I'll go ahead and show the executions right after this. But another great learning opportunity, right? Learning from your winners and your losers is very important. You need to be objective to both of them. Ash, before London highs, there was a 15-minute order block. I don't use order blocks, but okay. 15-minute order block equals from 9:15 we displaced through it, and also we are in an inversion. I also don't use inversions. Couldn't that be the narrative that we are short? No, I did my top-down analysis. Obviously you could come up with any information on your own. If you're looking at different concepts than I am, yeah, it sounds like we're going to have different information. I was bullish. I explained to you that the daily bullish FVG on ES is the reason why I'm bullish. Then, contingent upon my system, when I'm bullish, I go in looking for long positions. When I look for long positions, I want a clear draw on liquidity, and I want to look for positions from a higher time frame point of interest. That's my system. During my hunting hours, create a bias, then look for a clear draw on liquidity and execute a position from a higher time frame point of interest. That's what just happened here. Now, you can go ahead and do the hindsight, but logic is logic. That is the information that I looked at. That's the information I executed. That's what will be documented. If you have something different than that, so be it. So when you journal this, what would you say you did wrong, or what are you going to learn from this? In my opinion, this is the only thing I don't like about this position right here, is that there's no news drivers. There's no reason for volatility. There's no news that's going to occur to push price in a definitive direction. So this is the only thing I don't like about the position. In terms of documenting, I do like everything else. I created a game plan. I followed the justifications to my actions. I executed my game plan with strict risk management. So there was a lot of positives from that. You have to understand that there's a random distribution of probabilities. Even when you do things correct, you're still going to have losers. Price can and will do whatever it wants, whenever it wants to. In my opinion, I would take this trade every time. This was a good stop loss, in my opinion. I followed my game plan. Very clear entry function. Strong displacement. Clear draw and liquidity. What's the current P&L? I got a 10K live account on MyFundedFutures, and I've made 8K of withdrawals already. So that's a plus 80% increase on the account since I started it. Should also notice that that is with a 50% win rate with a 1 to 2 risk to reward. Gonna have losers, gonna have winners. The only thing that matters is that you never have a large loss. Surprise! 50 free resets for code AGIFT50. 50 free resets for code AGIFT50. Who's getting the code? Who's getting the code? Throw a W in chat if you're able to get the code. Congratulations for any of the winners. Surprise code. There you go. Love to see it. W, more W's. Congratulations. Easy code W. There you go. Congratulations. Got it. W. Congratulations to all the people that were able to get one. Congratulations. Yeah, so back to the information. I'd take this trade 10 times out of 10. It fit my model. All the justifications to my actions were there. Just because the result is what it is doesn't change my actions. You heard the logic in real time. The actions were there. I would take them again. Ash, thanks for showing us how not to revenge trade, as that is my main issue. I get frustrated and start to... All right, so here's a question. For all the individuals that revenge trade, how profitable are you? Seriously, look at your prior results. If you're one of those individuals that revenge trade, how many payouts have you received? Seriously. How many payouts have you received? If you haven't received any, I think the data is showing you something. If you've even received some, is it more than your expenses, right? Are you net profitable? right? So no, not at all blown. Revenge traders. Oh, not that one. The point that I'm trying to make here is look at your data. Everything comes from your own data. So if you're one of those individuals that have been revenge trading and you've yet to get to a payout, don't you think it's time to take some proactive steps towards bettering your data by changing some of your actions? Don't we need to tweak something somewhere to get better results? Make something more efficient? Okay. On the same hand, please understand that blowing accounts, everybody's done it. Okay. I've blown accounts. Your favorite person online has blown accounts. The person that only shows profitable days has blown accounts. If anybody has told you they've never blown an account before, you should run the opposite direction. That is a complete lie. You have to understand that losing in this business is inevitable. So, since it's inevitable, we need to put things in place to become better losers. That's what's happening this morning, and that's why we're having this conversation. I took a loss, and I'm explaining to you my mental and emotional intelligence that's occurring after I took the loss. And notice how during this entire conversation, not even at one point have I considered taking this trade again or any other trade. I pointed to one trade that was a loser. After I took the loss, all I've been saying is go back to being patient, document the information, and learn from it. You need to figure out a way to make sure you're here in the long term. And if you're that individual that continues to keep revenge trading and you continue to keep blowing your accounts, don't you think one of the things you should change is revenge trading? And how are you going to put some kind of proactive step in place to make sure you don't revenge trade? Hopefully these points are hitting home, because this is what's going to make or break you. You can never have a large loss, right? A large loss would be a blown account. Your small wins are going to be canceled out by your small losses. And your large wins are where you make progress. So now think about a 50-50 win rate. You're going to lose half the time. Every single time you lose, they need to be small losses. And only one at a time. So that's that proactive step that you need to put in place. One trade a day, maximum. Keep you away from revenge trading. After you take a trade, no matter the result, you turn off all devices and you go do something else. Get rid of your phone, get rid of the laptop, get rid of the computer. Do not touch any device, so you literally cannot take another position. You physically remove yourself from the ability to take a position. That's what a proactive step would be to bettering your revenge trading. Once you understand that falling in love with the process and allowing the results to be a byproduct of it, that allows you to focus on the justifications to your actions. That allows you to be objective to having losers. That allows you to learn from losers. That allows you to accept losers. That's when you're going to make progress. Yes, even when I'm 99% confident with my analysis, I know for a fact losing is still inevitable. It does not matter how much conviction you have. Price can and will do what it wants when it wants to. Right? I had conviction in this play today. That's why I took it. It still was a loser. Doesn't matter how much conviction you have. There's a random distribution of probabilities. Okay. Very good conversation today. This is a conversation we've needed to have for some time. No, I didn't want to take a loser, but the information and the value coming from it is very valuable. So I love that these are recorded. I could go back and watch this logic at another point in time. I could hear my decision making. I can see my decision making at another point in time so I can learn from it. You all should be documenting or recording your sessions as well, in my opinion. A loss on a good trade is fine with me. It's the stupid stuff that will cause me to walk away. I agree with that. I do agree with that. If you're following your system and you take a loss, it feels not okay, but it feels like you did the right thing because you followed your process, you executed your idea, and you defined your risk management. That is the right way of trading. It's when you are randomly clicking buttons for no reason at all. You just are clicking buttons because you want to. When you blow the accounts those times, you're not doing yourself any justice. You're not learning from it. You're not creating a system. You have no defined risk management. When you're just randomly doing stuff, that's when you're really just you're just ruining the process. So have justifications to your actions, have reasons how or why you do things, so that way you can learn from it. Ash, how much room on a losing Sorry, sometimes I can't read. The chat moves too fast. Ash, how much room on losing trades you give in a week? It's not the amount of room, it's the risk management. 1 to 2 trades a week maximum. And the live account has a $500 daily loss limit. So there's a cap on the amount that I'm allowed to lose for any given trade. There's also a cap on the amount of trades that I'm allowed to take. That's what risk management is. Revenge trading is rooted in deeper psychological needs that need to be reviewed. I 100% agree with that. Your character, your traits as a person are going to show on this chart. You need to work on yourself outside of the chart so that when you approach the chart, you could be better off. 110%. So I'm going to take this off the screen now. I don't want anybody else new coming into the stream thinking that there's still position on. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and take this off the screen. I'm going to go ahead and post those executions on Twitter right after this, right after my segment as well. Ash, you have a personal YouTube? Yeah, so my @ sign is right underneath my picture. @_Ash_trades_ for both YouTube, Twitter, Discord, Instagram. I document my business across all the social medias. So we got another 14 minutes of my segment. If you have any questions or comments, if you want to go over any information, feel free to throw it in chat. If you're wondering why you can't communicate with us here in chat, it's because you have to be subbed to the channel. I believe the chat is sub-only mode, so make sure you sub to the channel. Like the video while you're at it. Let's go over some questions and information for the last 10 minutes of my segment. Today was a loss. Once again, I'll show the executions on Twitter right after this. I already explained my top-down analysis, my logic, and my reasoning to the position. Another great book. I know I've mentioned it before, just because we've been talking about losers today because of the loss that occurred. You should read the book Best Loser Wins by Tom Hogard. If you haven't already, I highly suggest you do so. Some phenomenal perspective on how to handle losses. Some really good mental and emotional intelligence there. You should absolutely read that book if you haven't already. How do I mentally reset after a losing trade? The gym. So it doesn't matter if it's a winner or a loser. I go to the gym as my free space, right? That's usually where I could just blast some music, work on my health, focus on myself instead of being worried about any external factors, any business, any work or anything. The gym is my peaceful time. That is where I could just enjoy some music, enjoy some weightlifting, some cardio, whatever I'm doing for the day. That's where I have free space to reset, recharge, whether that's in the gym or outside. Getting some sun on your skin is just as beneficial. Will the payouts build a home gym? Someday. That would be a dream come true. Someday. I would, man, a home gym, that is life goals right there. That would be lovely. Ash, let's play the piano for the rest of the segment. All right. I mean, it's gotten to the point where I'm just going to have to start taking piano lessons. And one of our segments is just going to be full piano lessons. We've moved from day trader to what is a pianist? Like, what do you even call somebody that plays a piano? A pianist? That's what I feel like. That's what I would call it. So I just want to point to some information. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be patient enough today, but this is the same thing that occurred yesterday. And that's why I pointed to the economic calendar. So going back to that one question of what did I do wrong today? I forgot who asked it, but great question. The ability to be patient. Being more patient and selective than normal. So if you go back to the point in time where I pointed to the economic calendar and I had stated there's no red folders, since there's no red folders, there's less volatility. That would be a time you'd want to be more patient and selective than normal. I was capable of being patient and selective on Monday, but today I took a trade. And look at the action. I mean, this is just pure consolidation, and this is kind of what I'm trying to point to. When there is no red folder, indecisiveness. We're just chopping sideways. That's exactly what happened yesterday too. Pure chop. Take a look at yesterday's action. Pure chop. No news. This is the point that I'm trying to make. No volatility in the market. No decisive direction. So that's definitely going to go into my notes in terms of documenting today. Is that on days of no news, I need to be more patient and selective than normal. Ash, what do I think about unemployment claims? Will it be bullish or bearish? I do not get sentiment from the news. It doesn't matter what the results are to the news. I do not look at the news as a bias. It does not provide a direction for me. The only thing that news does for me is tells me what time volatility is going to come into the market. That's the only thing that I look at news as. Thanks for sharing your thought process. Very important to preserve mental capital on these days without news. It's not every single time that this is going to happen, but it is a logic that repeats itself. When there is no volatility in the market, price has no reason to decisively move in one direction. Volatility comes in the form of red folders. Red folders, economic news. So since today we had no red folders, today would be a day to be more patient and selective than normal, knowing that there's not going to be good volatility in the market. And that's what we ended up getting. Consolidation. No news equals choppy price action. So all that will be documented. Yeah, if you want to get sentiment from the news, I'm not saying what's right or wrong. Hear me clearly. I'm just providing my point of view. I'm not going to sit here and say that what I say is the right or wrong way of going about things. What I'm saying is how I approach the market. That's how I react to it. That's my thought process. So if that resonates with you, that's great. If you have a different point of view, please do share with us. We're all here to work and learn every single week. The only thing that matters is whether you're green or red at the end of the day. Whatever logic gets you there, just make sure that it's definitive so that you can repeat it. You can build muscle memory from it. Feeling sad might tilt. You got to walk away from the computer then, my friend. There is no emotion that should be induced. There's definitely no emotion that should force you to tilt. So if you feel that emotion coming on, it's time to walk away. Go do something else with your day. Go to the gym. Put the phone down, put the computer down, go to the gym. Seriously. There's no reason to tilt. There's always going to be another opportunity. On top of the fact that you cannot get your identity from one experience. Hear me clearly. Right? Take me for an example. Today I had a loss, but do you see me getting frustrated? Do you see me tilting? Right? My skin's not boiling. I don't my face isn't red. I'm not pacing around. I'm not screaming at the screen. There's never a reason to tilt because you should never, you should not get your identity from one position, winning or losing, right? If you lost today, that doesn't mean that's going to happen tomorrow. That doesn't mean it's going to happen for the rest of the future. Take full ownership in yourself. Focus on the present. Don't worry about the past. You cannot tell the future. The present is the best place to be. Ash, did you have to deal with any type of greed while trading? If so, how did you approach it? Yeah, absolutely. I've literally gone through the natural progression of a trader. I've tried hundreds of different systems. I've failed multiple accounts. I've gone through greed. I've gone through fear. I've quite literally done the whole nine in the past decade. For greed, it came down to understanding numbers, right? Understanding that your winners have to be 2R of your losers. Once you can lock that in, there is no such thing as greed. So, for example, let's say that your maximum loss every single day is $500. Therefore, your wins need to be $1,000 or more, right? 1 to 2R risk to reward. Now, if you feel the greediness coming in, right? You have a position, it's gone $1,200 into profit. So it's gone past your take profit and you still haven't taken your profit. The position is still open, right? To control that greed, just put a stop loss at plus 2R, right? So your risk management is still defined. You still clearly get a 2R reward while still being greedy. put your stop loss in at 2R, right? So you were risking $500. The position's sitting at $1,200. So put a stop loss in at plus $1,000. That way you're still adhering to your risk management while being greedy. Then once your stop loss is in at plus 2R, the profits are secured. All you got to make sure is that the orders are placed and submitted, right? You got to still manage it to make sure that if price comes back down, your orders executed. But at that point in time, you can be greedy if you want to, because you've completed your risk management. Risk management's the number one priority at all times, right? If you have a stop loss in at plus $1,000, let that thing run to 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, whatever you want at that point. But risk management comes first is the point that I'm making there. Secure the profit. Always put risk management as your number one priority. Very good questions today, chat. Very good conversation. Time flew by. I didn't even realize that my segment is done. I really hope everybody took something away from today's conversation. That it doesn't matter who you are, you're going to have losses. But when you have losses, that is going to be what determines yourself as a trader. That's going to determine your career as a trader. What do you do when you have losses? One, are your losses defined? Did it fit your risk management? Did you adhere to your risk management strategy? Two, did you document it? Did you learn from it? Three, did you revenge trade? Did you go back in right afterwards? Four, where is your mental at? Are you still capable of being objective? Can you still follow the process and allow the results to be a byproduct of it? That's what I would like everybody to take home from today. This is the end of my segment, though, so hopefully you were able to get some value from it. Just understand that in this business, losing is inevitable. You need to be the best loser. When you can become the best loser, the best version of yourself, that's when you're going to start to make progress. So, thank you very much. Phenomenal question. I'm going to go ahead and go document this on my socials. So if you want to see the executions, you'll see it in a couple seconds over on Twitter. Let's go ahead and welcome Tom up onto the stage. Stick around for Tom's segment. He has a lot of value to share. Let's welcome Tom up on the stage.
Am I on? Hello, everybody. Welcome. Good to be back. Ash, I must say, I always enjoy listening to your segment. This was super valuable information, risk management, and I must say, great job. Great job. Hello, everybody. Good to be back. What an awesome stream. What an awesome segment. What an awesome community. I see the names. So I'm just going to say hello. Hello to everybody. Oh, man. This is just awesome. And again, just like Ash said, it all comes down to risk management at the end, right? It doesn't really matter what you do. You can be basically just a discretionary trader, trading based on intuition. Who cares? At the end, it all comes down to risk management. Trust me when I say this. Trust me. All right, I'm a little bit crazy today, I know. Just like I always am. Let's go. So what a day. Just a very quick recap of what happened. And really, it's just a little bit... I got to say, like, my personal opinion is that the market is just not right in the past few days. Like, obviously, we're at all-time highs and, we're looking for the next best move. Like, really hard to predict anything at these levels. And as I said yesterday, if we go to the 4-hour chart, it's pretty much like sideways action. Look at this. This is the 4-hour chart right now. Sideways. Sideways action. And I guess this requires a different kind of discipline. Actually, you at these markets, at these conditions, you got to be even more disciplined, right? But anyway, and again, it all boils down to risk management, right? Oh my God, so many familiar names. Hello again, and special hello to the hosts and the mods of MyFunded TV. It's always good to be here. Okay. Let's see, what do we have? So the quick recap. In the London session, I was actually looking for a was this a 1 minute? Yeah, there was a 1 minute supply zone. I started to stream 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and the donate button, I don't know. I don't know. You got to look for it. I don't know how it goes. I'm not the mod right now here. So after 2 a.m., actually a little bit before 2 a.m., the only trade I took during the London kill zone was a continuation from here to reach the 1 minute supply zone up there. I'm not really going to go into the detail. It's just another proof for myself, a little bit extra confirmation, bit of an extra conviction to myself that, okay, the zones do work. So we went up there, not a big deal. And I think it was just only like 13 points-ish, but we had this live on stream. Otherwise, the London session was like nothing really special. Nothing really happened. Eventually, it broke the level. I mean, it broke the high of the zone, and that's it. As we moved on into the New York kill zone, well, I must say this was interesting. Now, if you switch to the 3 minute chart, and this was the level that I was eyeballing right at the open, live on stream, we did that. I looked to the left here on the micro, not on the mini. The mini was not this clear because this candle here at yesterday 10:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, this was actually a bearish candle on the mini. But anyway, this here was a textbook demand zone right here. Started at on the 3 minute chart. I usually don't really look at the 3 minute chart, but this time I made an exception. 10:06 p.m. Eastern Standard and 10:09. These two bearish candles were pretty good, swept liquidity, and shifted the market higher during the Asia session. So I would say this is kind of a interesting level that I was looking throughout the day, by the way. But eventually, the time when this got broken down was after the 9:30 open right here. And so we got through this zone, and I mean, yeah, we took a trade on this. It was a good one in the green. We like it. I was actually just looking for the neckline of this zone, which was 892.50. I did take another trade in hindsight. I don't really want to talk too much about that. I think this year, this was my second trade on ES. That's how much I trade on ES usually. But I took another entry on one of my accounts here in this area because the Asia low has not been taken on ES. So the Asia low was 62.63.50. And then as NQ, bounced back up there after sweeping Asia low, actually ES just barely, I mean, it didn't go for that. So when I saw this price action happening in this, actually that was a 3 minute gap, I was like, okay, let's go again for a short. So I took that too. But this was my second trade this year on ES. I usually don't do that. So basically I broke my own rules again, because what did I tell you guys? If I trade more than one market, then basically I'm just doubling or tripling my risk. The more markets you trade, in my opinion, you're just increasing your risk. But anyway, I went in. Hello, Novov. Hey there. So I do have some excellent topics for today as well. I think yesterday we nailed it. And oh yeah, one more technical thing here. I don't know anything about reset codes right now, but if I have some info, maybe I will spill some beans. Who knows? First, what you need to do is like the stream, subscribe to MyFunded TV. All the hosts are great, super valuable information. And I especially like to listen to Ash because he's always he's also giving you a lot of insight about the mental game of trading, the psychological aspect. I just love it. So okay. So just stick around. What I can tell you regarding the code, and no, I don't want to spill some secrets. Okay, I can tell you that stick around in my segment. Okay, stick around, and maybe something's gonna happen. Okay, so let's go. Yeah. One more thing. Now that we finished up with the Asia low here, I think I think there's just no chance that I'm gonna take a trade on this market. I don't like anything above. I mean, here we have a relative equal high up there, somewhere around, I don't know, not perfectly equal highs, but somewhere around 956. I would say if you guys want to force it for the risk it for the biscuit or force it for the biscuit, that would be my target. But when I don't see my levels, and this was one level, and that's why it's so crucial to make your analysis before you sit down to trade. I don't see anything else here, and it's a ranging market, and the 4-hour chart actually tells you that as well. So which BMW do you have? I heard to talk about. Okay, we're going to talk about BMWs too, but I have an old one. I love it, by the way. 2009 BMW E60 525i inline 6-cylinder engine. I do like it. It's an excellent condition. It's in mint condition. Okay, back to the charts. Back to the charts. And I bought that from Trading Payouts. You can check the video on my channel. So this is just going to be sideways action. And as we approach the lunch hour, I just see this going totally flat. I just really, doesn't matter which time frame I'm looking at. I have nothing here. Sometimes when I really want to force myself into a trade, because yes, sometimes I do that, I tend to look for some fair value gaps, but there is nothing even on the 1-minute chart. So look at the 1 minute, nothing. Everything has been repriced. Everything. So what to do? Even the 5-minute is completely repriced. So again, a prime example, what not to do or when not to do, when not to trade. Okay. But having said that, I do have some good topics. Okay. And by the way, sorry, if you guys have some questions before we dive into it, let me know. Because, when I really go into the topic, sometimes I just forget to read the chat. So let me know if any question comes up. I do think I answered the most intriguing question. Okay, so stick around. No, I don't. Google form, no. There's no form currently. I don't know anything. I'm locked in, definitely. Okay, so I do have a very good topic with the title. Do you even know your edge, or are you just guessing? Okay. So do you know what is your edge, or are you just guessing your trades? Earlier in my stream, I had a question about this in the New York session. Like, how am I started trading? And back in 2018, the way I burned up all my savings in a Forex brokerage, when I just kept depositing like $3,000, $5,000, I burned a lot of money between 2018 and between the pandemics, like somewhere around, I think I drained all my savings by 2020. I mean, in my standards, that was a lot. And so most of the time, I mean, I was not trading every day, okay? But most of the time, I was just guessing. So no indicators, No, I mean, maybe I was using like, I don't know, I was changing some indicators like MACD or moving averages, whatever. But most likely I was just guessing. Like when I saw that, okay, this is like, I was having a moving average on the chart. And I was like, okay, this is high. We should sell high, sell high, buy low. So I just started to do that. And I had no market structure analysis or nothing to know about the market. And what I did, that was just pure madness. Yeah, I'm going to talk about edging. Put the headphones in. Yeah, exactly. So what this really means, okay? Your edge is the reason your trades should be profitable over time. I'm just saying this for the brand new people in trading, okay? That's what's going to give you a statistical advantage in the market. Never forget that. But if you don't have an edge, you're not really trading. You're just clicking buttons and hoping for the best. That's the main difference. So most traders don't know what setup has an edge for them. So if you first of all, did you do your research on certain strategies, right? Did you backtest it? Do you even know that certain entry model has an edge or not? That's why it's so crucial to do the backtesting and collecting all that information. Or most traders just can't tell the win rate or can't even tell the average risk to reward ratio. And in many cases, they don't even have any idea about that, what it is. Or maybe they're just following some price patterns or some social media ideas or feelings. That's also something which needs to be avoided. And they think that they have a trading system, but it's just noise. Whatever it is just noise because they don't have the solid foundation as a trading edge. But anyway, what I used to say, and let me know if you have questions. How much historic data? Well, when I was collecting information, I was looking back first just a few months, then I went back a year, and then I went back another year. So basically, I was like on the 5-minute charts, the 1-minute charts. I was narrowing down every day to the kill zones I was looking for. And so it took a lot of time. If you're asking how much time did it take, weeks and weeks, and I don't even know, like nights, weekends, staying up. Like, I'm not saying you should do the same thing because I was all in on this. I'm still am all in. So I was just staying up until 2-3 a.m. in the morning, doing backtesting, collecting all the information. It was quite a struggle, especially at the beginning. So anyway, you do need to collect that information. And what I used to say in one sentence, if you can't describe your edge in one sentence, you probably don't have one. So let me repeat that again. If you can't describe your edge in one sentence, you probably don't have one. Now, if you're asking me, okay, Tom, but okay, then describe to me what is your edge. I'm going to tell you in one big sentence. I am looking for supply and demand zones as targets, and I'm using the ICT 2022 entry model for my entries. That is my edge. I'm targeting the supply and demand zones with an entry of the 2022 ICT model. That's my edge in one sentence. And I know what I'm looking for. So that's also important to, can you describe your edge in one sentence or not? Okay. Anyway, moving on, because we're not even started yet. Okay. We're not even started yet. If you don't have an edge, stop edging. Yeah. So, how should I put this? Signs that you might be just guessing your entries. So there are a few signs about this. One sign, so number one, you constantly change your strategy week to week. That's one sign. I think it's a very crucial one, because especially, at the beginning of your trading career, that's what everybody does. I did that too. Health is part of my journey, because I had some health issues back in 2022 and 23. I'm not going to go into that right now, maybe on my stream. And so I was in hospital for quite some time. That's a different thing. So I switched quite some things in my life to be more healthier. But that's all I can tell. If you care to ask more about that, I would love to hear those questions. Join me on my YouTube. There's my YouTube address or YouTube handle. Okay. So first off, you're consistently changing your strategy week to week. That is already one huge sign that you don't have an edge. Okay, we all know that. And that's always going to push you into a negative spiral all the time. As I said, I did that. And there's always a new thing. Just like even if you stick with ICT concepts, you say, okay, but I'm with ICT concepts. Cool. Now, as we all know, ICT comes out with a new concept every month or every second month. There's like, not even trolling, I think there's like at least a few dozen concepts that he came out since, I don't know, 2020, 2021. Now, for example, I don't know, like a few months ago, the first presentation gap was the new hype. Before that, the macro was the new hype. And before that, I don't know, the silver bullet hour last year was the greatest hype. The silver bullet hour. It's all good. It's awesome. By the way, these things are good. I did learn a lot from ICTS. I'm not saying this to troll him. I respect the man for his lectures. I'm just saying that if you're practicing, for example, the YouTube 2022 entry, and next week ICT comes out with a new concept and you're just jumping on board, that's awesome. But you just did exactly the same thing. You just did a strategy hop there. Or you see someone on social media pushing something super great without any proof, by the way. But that's a different thing. That's also a thing like strategy hopping. So don't do that. Stick with one thing. And even if you keep losing, you gotta give yourself and your trading edge, even if it's not playing out for you a couple of weeks, I would say. If you apply a proper risk management, that is, if you apply a proper risk management, you got to give yourself at least the bare minimum is 3 to 4 weeks just to see if that particular edge or entry model or even indicator is going to give you good results, right? It can be an indicator, by the way. I keep getting that. So you're not using indicators. I do use indicators sometimes, by the way. I'm still testing some indicators, but that's again a different topic. I think, oh, by the way, let me get this off here. I think, by the way, there is nothing wrong with you by using indicators if it's making money for you. That's cool. Okay. So yeah. Abhishek, nice. You use indicators. That's awesome. That is awesome. Okay, so back to I'm losing traction sometimes here, but yeah, I love to read the chat sometimes. So that's one side. Let's go to number two. You're focused more on getting a trade, not waiting for your edge. Okay, so let me say this again. I'm sorry, but this is the way I'm going to do this. You're focused more on getting into a trade and not waiting for your edge. That's super important. For example, and let's get this off here. And let's use this example, okay? I was looking for the, and let me go back to a market replay here. Okay, market replay, boom, on the 5-minute chart, not a big deal. So let's say, for example, that my trading plan for today is that I want this 3-minute demand zone to be destroyed completely. There's a swing low down there. I want price to go through. Awesome. Market opens, starts to go down. Yeah, whatever, it happens. And then comes the new candle. And what happens, actually, it fast forward a little bit too much. Anyway, I see a fair value gap forming here. And there's two things I could have done. I could have entered down here, just like yesterday's example. I could have entered here for just 8 points, not 8 points, 15 points, maybe 16 points. But look at what happened. Because I just wanted to get into a trade. Like, this is bad risk management. So I could have entered here. Eventually, I would be right, of course. But do you really want to get into the trade when it retraces back on you that much? I don't think so. So obviously, the ideal entry would have been in this fair value gap, going for that. And that is just a small example of why you need to wait for your entry. Now, you put on a limit order here at the gap, for example, at 917. You put your limit order on, boom, put your stop loss somewhere up there. I always tell you guys to use at least a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio or higher. Look at that. It's a 1.1 R. It's still good. Absolutely green light, valid to take. If you put your limit entry, you're just waiting for your trade, and that's the proper way to do it. Instead of wanting to get into a trade, maybe even oversizing and maybe even blowing up your account on this move back, on this retracement, sorry. So again, let me just say, you're focused more on getting into the trade instead of waiting for your edge. So that was basically number 2. That's also a sign that you might be just guessing the market. Third thing, the next one, you can't tell the difference between a good trade and the lucky win. Now, this is heavy, everybody. Hold on a second. No luck, pure skill. Yes, I had. But that light bulb moment was like not a single minute or a single second or a moment like when Neo, stood up when the agents shot him and he started to see the Matrix finally. It was not like that. It was not at one particular moment. But I would say my light bulb moment was a year ago. Last summer, I do remember it was actually in June, 2024 June. I got payouts before that, so I got payouts in 23 and early 24. But last year in June, when finally my light bulb moment was when I started to draw these levels. So I always kept asking myself, like, okay, I keep seeing ICT entries all over the place. There's so many 2022 entry models in one single day. If you take all of it, you're definitely going to burn your account on your first day. So there's so many entries, but I did stick with the model and I did like that. And I was like, man, I just need to. There was a lecture from ICT. It's called Building Bridges. You might still find it on his YouTube. It has the bridge or building bridges or bridge in the name of the lecture. You can find it still. It's there. So I was listening to that lecture and I was like, that's interesting. So I know the entry model. I know that it works nicely, but I need targets. And so, but I don't know what target to look for. And I kind of remember that when I started out in, when I relearned everything in 2021 and 22, I had a mentor who was trading with supply and demand zones. And I still hear his voice like saying, Tom, all you need to focus is these zones. And so I dived into the ICT concepts. I was studying order blocks. And I was studying order blocks a lot next to the 2022 entry model. I wanted to use the order block as an entry. And then I always went back to the supply and demand zone thing. And then I said, so I started to pick order blocks on the chart every time frame. And I extended the range, you know, those candles. And then, as you say, that light bulb moment was for me something when a few days passed by, actually a few weeks passed by last summer. And I kept seeing like, man, these zones, these order blocks, the market, like if there is a nice, beautiful order block or zone, the market wants to go back there. That was my light bulb moment. Like the market wants to revisit these zones, and the market even tries to break these zones. Like I asked myself, like, instead of trying to enter to a trade in this zone, why not use this as a potential target? Because whenever I did the backtesting, I just rewinded the charts, like as I said 2 years back. I was like, man, it keeps repeating. A year ago, 2 years ago, like I keep seeing these levels and the market goes back to it. Maybe not instantly, maybe a few days later, depending on which time frame are you on. Obviously, you need to see the big picture as well. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to use this as target. I want to use these order blocks or zones, whatever you want to call it. I want to use these as potential targets. And so I redid the backtesting again, many hours, weekends. And that was last summer. And I do remember that a few days have passed. It was a nice summer day. No, it's not. But it was really a good few weeks. I was doing a lot of backtesting, and I was like, man, I need to try this out. So I did that, and all I did, nothing special. I stick with my original entry model that I was practicing in 23 and early 24. I got payouts, yes. That obviously it wasn't picture perfect at the beginning, but I was like, okay, how about I'm going to enter the same way if there's a clean entry, and I'm just going to target the zone if the market moves into that direction. And so I started to aim for 1.5 or 2R trades, you know. And I also was playing around. I still do sometimes, which I shouldn't, with the stop loss. And so eventually that was the light bulb moment. And that actually changed everything for me. But anyway, I know it could be boring a little bit as I say it, but that's when I realized that's could be a good one to go with. And as of today, still today, I use the same thing. Jan, the light bulb moment for me was realizing that no matter what you use, it's literally all the same. Exactly, Jan, exactly. It's all the same. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep it simple. And I know sometimes I tend to go into story time, but guys, are you really wanting me to give you a signal here? I'm 100% sure I'm not going to pull the trigger. I'm damn sure about it. I just wanted to let you guys know, like how I did realize my entry model or my edge, because we're talking about edge here. So we need to move on with the topic, by the way. So that's how I found my edge. And I think it all comes down to, of course, backtesting. And anyway, let's just go back to the previous thing for those signs that actually shows that you might be guessing the market. So you can tell, I was just saying, you can't tell the difference between a good trade and the lucky win. So that's actually the third sign of you might be guessing your trades. Okay. Again, can you tell the difference between a good trade and the lucky win? If I would have entered to a short position, for example, no, let's forget about that. If for example, I would assumed that there's a relative equal high here, and there's a high up there. Let me use this, and let's just assume that it was before the market opened, but doesn't matter. That by just guessing, I would have taken a long position here because I would have said like, okay, we should be breaking that relative equal high up there. So my idea by guessing is that now that we take out the swing low, we should be going higher. Okay, but is that it? That's all. If I see a swing high and I see a relative equal high and taking out some liquidity, I just enter into a trade. That is definitely not my entry model. If I would have taken a long here and I would have taken it early here, for me, that would be a lucky trade because that's not my entry model. That would be just a lucky trade. And but I'm trying to find a better example here. Oh, yeah, better example. So here's the 5-minute fair value gap. I think it's a better one. Okay, so 5 minute, this is the 5-minute gap. Let's just go down to the 1 minute here. Sometimes I did that for scalping purposes, and it doesn't really have a good edge. So it was, what's your win rate on backtesting? On backtesting, it's usually around 75% win rate. But in real life, it's not always 75%. But this is a good example. Sorry, let me use this. I rewind what I previously said. A lucky trade for me would be to take a long right here after mitigating the demand zone and hoping that price, without any confirmation, is just going to go back to the 5-minute gap, which, I mean, there's a high possibility for it, but it's just a lucky trade. This is not my entry model. And so if I would have taken a trade like that, that is just not something I would consider a good trade. A good trade for me would have been this one. Waiting for your entry, waiting for your edge to play out right here, and then go and break that zone, applying for the proper risk management. That is something that's going to make you or break you, or make you, in this case, make you a better trader. Not by guessing that after mitigating the 3-minute demand zone here, I'm guessing that it should be going back up now. That's a lucky trade because there's no confirmation, no backtesting result. I mean, there's so many data to look for in these scenarios. I mean, I guess you can backtest it. I didn't. I did not backtest this for 2 years to use the zone for a possible bounce to go back to the first possible 5-minute gap. I guess that could be used as a strategy. But anyway, I just want to say you should be able to tell the difference between a good trade or a lucky win. Okay, if you can't tell the difference, if you were lucky on that particular session or on that day, then you're still just guessing your entries. And again, we all go back to journaling or tracking. You're not tracking your performance. I mean, it doesn't have to be like surgically precise. Hey. Oh, there is something. There was something on the screen. Oh my gosh. I forgot to tell you guys in advance. Oh my God. I was so much into the topic. Oh, I hope you guys got the code. When I was keep staring at the charts here, and I look to the left on the chat and the stream. I was like, come on, everybody. I don't even know what was the code. It was so fast. I just caught it in the last second. So I told you to stick around. I told you. So anyway, everybody is super hyped right now, but I hope you guys got the win. Congratulations to the winners, by the way. Congratulations. Anyway, I was in story mode, everybody. If you don't like me to be in story mode, just tell me, and I'm just gonna be super focused on the price action and the chart. And hey, that's what we're using this time segment for. Every day, even if the market is I'll let you down. Come on, Neo. I know. The code drop was about 2 or 3 minutes ago. Anyway. So back to story mode, everybody. Back to story mode. So again, the fourth thing about knowing if you're guessing. I must quote Jay on this. I love 0-day Jay, by the way. Sometimes I lurk in his stream. 0-day Jay, if you're watching, you're awesome. I got this catchphrase from him. Don't worry, I'm not going to use it, but just for once, I guess my way in and I guess my way out, right? Obviously, you can do that. You can do that. So Jay is awesome. So you can do that. Guess your way in or guess your way out. That's also, I guess it has some kind of an edge, right? But I'm just saying, these are the 4 main factors about this. So let me say this again from the get-go. I'm just going to go real quick. So what are the signs of guessing, which equals not having an edge? Constantly changing your strategy, even week to week. Okay, that's the first one. Second one, you're focused on getting into a trade instead of just waiting for your edge to play out. The third one, you can tell the difference between a good trade or a lucky trade. Okay, so that's the third thing. The fourth thing is that you don't track your performance. Now, a small add-on to this, tracking your performance. As I said, you don't necessarily have to surgically write down every single trade and journal every single trade to the point, to the tick. No, it's not about that. You just have to ask yourself at the end of the day. It can be a notepad. It can be just a Google sheet or whatever. Ask yourself 1 or 2 main questions. Was my analysis correct? Did I enter with the proper risk management? Or did I apply proper risk management? And some other similar things like this. Like I always asking some different things, but I always ask myself, was the analysis correct? That is crucial for me at the end of the day. So track your performance. Those 2 questions are going to answer a lot. So anyway, these are the 4 things if you're just guessing. Now, what is having an edge look like? Okay, you're going to be surprised how obvious it is. If you're having an edge, you can clearly, so that's number 1, you can clearly explain why your setup works. Okay, now I know we have a lot of smart people in the stream and a lot of good traders. Okay, so there you go. That's your answer. If you can explain why your setup actually works, then that's already the number 1 sign that you have an edge. Okay, but that's not enough in itself. It's not going to be enough. But if you can explain it with specific rules, with the game plan, the check marks and everything that we talked about this. If you can explain it, that's already a huge, positive point there. Now, the second thing, you have data. Whoa, what a surprise saying this. You have data, entries, statistics, even screenshots. Okay. So you must have that data. The data comes from the backtesting, right? I'm just basically, by the way, did you guys realize that we are always talking from the same things here on MyFunded TV? And not just me, but all the hosts are giving you very, very, very valuable information about the markets, about risk management. And, you know, I'm talking about risk management and mental approach for the market, but there's also so many ways to view this. There's just so many angles to approach risk management, right? At the end of the day, you will realize that we're basically always talking about the same thing, but maybe a different approach is gonna help you to hit your light bulb moment. I don't know. Hopefully. So anyway, number one, you can explain your entry setup with clear rules. Okay. Number two, as I just said, you have stats, statistics, screenshots, journal, everything. So you have numbers to back up your theory, right? Your edge. Like, for example, as I just said, if your edge, or if your, I just actually created an entry model. I don't know if it exists. Look for a zone and look for a bounce back to the next 5-minute fair value gap. Go on, backtest the last 2 years. Maybe you find an edge there somewhere. I don't know. But do you have data? That's number two. Number three, you know what environment your trading setup works the best in. Anyway, I have to repeat this. So you exactly know which is that market environment that your setup is going to play out with the best result. Okay. Oh, thank you, Abhishek. Thank you. How do you find your zones? I'm gonna. I wanted to upload a video about this. I still haven't done that. I'm gonna get a video on my YouTube channel. If you guys interested to learn more about how do I find these zones, I would say join me on my YouTube. There's gonna be a video released. I promised it for a weekend. I am so busy nowadays. I'm gonna have a very detailed explanation. I already have a video for it's like almost an hour long right now. Currently, I still have to edit it. So SMD, I would definitely, maybe I will go into it a little bit at the end of my segment, but I just cannot really explain it to you in a few minutes. If I want to give you the complete picture, obviously there's a simple way to describe my zones, but how to find them, which one is better, which zone is to look for, or you know, how to, I also categorize these zones. Then I would say best thing to do is follow me on YouTube. And I stream every day in London and New York, but there's going to be a very clean video about this, because I have I got this question so many times, especially since I'm here on MyFunded TV. I'm super happy about it that video is going to be up there. So, but I'm going to be talking about that soon. So you got to know. So that's number three, of which market environment is the best for you. Are you getting better results in a ranging market, for example? Are you getting better results in a trending market? Nothing wrong with trading a ranging market. Many traders make a killing when it's ranging, even on the 1-minute chart. I don't know how. It did yesterday. Oh, was there a question? You're too busy looking at Tom's pretty fight. Thank you. Thank you, Verit. I was waiting for some nice comment there. That really made my day. I just want to say that, okay, let's get back to you got to know what environment works for you best. Okay. That's number three. Number four is basically the same thing, but reverse engineered. You don't chase, you wait for the moment. You wait for your moment. Okay. The same exact thing I was explaining here. And that is why discipline, patience is so crucial in trading. We always come back to the same things. If I was asking a successful trader, like, how are you doing it? The answer was always, oh, I'm being patient. And I was like, boring. That's a boring answer. Oh, don't get me started on being patient. Come on, man. I don't care. Like, it's boring. Do you take all your trades on live on YouTube? No. Actually, today I was letting my viewers down because I took a trade in hindsight, by the way. I used to trade in the PM session as well, off stream, sometimes when I look for some scalp trades. And today I took a trade, a very nice trade, by the way, which I did not put on the screen, but I did put on my first trade. Basically, I put out every trade on my stream. But today was an example when I was trading one hindsight. Anyway, so again, you don't chase your trades. You wait for the moment, okay? And as I said, I know it sounds boring. Like yeah, everybody keeps saying that successful traders are always saying that, oh, you just have to be patient and you have to be disciplined. And that answer might be a little bit boring to you guys, or like, oh man, not again with this discipline. There's got to be some shortcut. There's got to be something to do here. I tell you something, there's no shortcut in trading. No shortcuts. Really no shortcut. I would say, if you're asking me what it takes to be more successful, or no, not more successful, but to improve your odds, even if you don't have a solid risk management, it's chart time. So that's a little bit of a chicken soup for the soul for those of you who might not be successful by getting your first payouts, and you keep saying like, oh my God, what should I do? What should I do? I would say, even if you're not mastering your edge or your risk management yet, chart time is definitely going to help, as long as you're doing some like tape reading. You're not trading, you're not pushing the button, you're just trying to read the market. Like, what is the market doing right now? Okay, market opened up. What did it do? Did it sweep some levels? Did it change the structure? Whatever. You got to use these words. You got to learn to speak in as a trader. You got to learn to think as a trader. When I go down to the grocery store, I just want to pick some fruit or something. I just keep saying like, there's a fair value gap up there. I want to get that. So trust me, sometimes it does take an effect on your life. But really, I'm just kind of saying that you gotta read the market. You gotta do the tape reading. You gotta think as a trader, and not just, yeah, exactly, Magnus. So there are some memes about this on social media. I did see that. So describe this and this as a trader, and I did see a lot of funny stuff about this. I do like that. So I just want to say that chart time, for those of you who are still lost or feeling lost, and you still don't have an edge, or you know that you don't have a proper risk management, don't worry. Chart time is inevitably going to help you to, scale your odds in a positive way. So just, and obviously it's going to take time. As I said, no shortcuts. Okay. Man, if I look back, and I'm a slow learner, and I'm the living proof. It took me years to get consistent payouts. If I could do it, man, I just want to say everybody can. Everybody, as long as you're not giving up. So, exactly. If everyone was a good trader, no one would be like that. Exactly. Exactly. It relates to life so well. Exactly, Keith. So I feel 200 EBAR. No, DH, definitely not. I forbid you. DH, this is for you. I forbid you to quit. No quitting. Dude, there's no plan B, okay? There's no plan B. Okay. Look at the market. We're going higher. So, do you trade every day, and how often you trade? I do trade almost every day. The days when I don't trade, I usually have some IRL stuff. Nowadays, I do have some family things I do need to take care of, but I trade every day, but not every session, I must say. And this is a skill, by the way, that I'm very proud of, by the way. Like 2 years ago or 3 years ago, for example, in 2022, I was also streaming in 22. I was keep pushing the button like, I don't know, 10 times in one session. Like, let's go into a scalp here. Oh, nothing wrong with that. So I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. If you're taking 10, 15 or 20 trades because you're scalping, awesome. If it makes money for you in the long run, like I'm talking about 3 to 6 months at least, if it's making money for you, cool. And obviously, huge respect. Nowadays, sometimes, and thank God I keep experiencing this more and more. Sometimes I just sit through a session, especially at the London sessions in the past couple of days, like, oh my God. I just sit through these days, and I'm proud of myself. So, for example, last week I had like 2 or 3 London sessions, but I was not doing anything. I was just, obviously, we had a good time in the stream. We were talking about stuff, and I saw how the market was behaving, actually not behaving. We were just ranging in like 30 points of range. And I was like, okay, no trade for me. Obviously, I'm not going to do anything. And so I didn't. And actually, I was proud of myself at the end of the session. Like, awesome. I didn't push the button. How awesome is that? Like 3 years ago, I would have gone crazy if I would just see like a 5-point scalp, which is, I don't, anyway, I'm not going to go into that. I just wanted to take every single trade. Daniel, my model or my edge in one sentence is I'm looking for supply and demand zones as targets, and I'm using the ICT 2022 entry model to get into a trade. That is basically my edge in a nutshell, as we were talking about this. So, you know. And I think I had something about some thoughts about this edge thing. Oh yeah, I have a sentence here. So when you have a real edge, you feel calm. And when you don't, you feel lost. And this is why it's very important. Again, when you have a real edge, you feel calm. And when you don't, you feel lost. This equals of you should be taking lots of backtesting, collecting information and data, and not just backtesting, but forward testing on an evaluation account. Go buy a MyFundedFutures evaluation account. Go with 1 micro and test your edge after you have collected all the data that you needed, okay? Once you realize that you have an edge, not just you're going to get more confidence and conviction in your entry model, but you're just actually not going to stress out. Not as much, actually, but you're not going to stress out about trading, and you're not, you're not going to be lost. Like, what should I do? What shouldn't I do? That's very important. So without an edge, you're just paying tuition to the market. Okay. Know your reason or accept the randomness. Okay. That's what I must say as a mic drop line here for your edge. So without an edge, you're just paying tuition to the market. Know your reason or accept randomness. You guys don't want to be random traders. You guys don't want to be, I don't want to hurt anybody. I love Jay, by the way, and I know he's cool, but I don't want anyone to be guessing yourself into a trade and guessing yourself out of a trade. That can work sometimes, and I'm saying it with all my respect, but that's just not the way, in my personal opinion. James, hello. So, okay, just don't. These are the key points that you must identify if you're guessing your way in. I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna get so much heat about this. Okay, so again, I love Jay. He's cool. He's awesome. So much energy. So I think we touched a lot of valuable points on this topic. Know your edge. Know the signs of when you don't have an edge or when you do have an edge. Hey, James. Get real. If you guys have questions for me, Matt is going to be here, or maybe he's even here. I don't know, but I know everybody's waiting for Matt. So if you guys have some final questions for me in the last minute, I'll be happy to answer. I must say, the vibe is, as always, is just awesome. So if you want to know more about what I'm looking for, about my trading style, you're always welcome to join me on my live streams in London session. There's my YouTube handle up there. It's very simple, Tom Sabo Biz. I stream every day, London and New York. I'll be happy to answer questions about the setup, about what I'm looking for in detail. I'm sorry, I know I got the questions to explain my zone, but I just can't do it in a few minutes. That's why I'm preparing that 1 hour long video right now. So stay tuned. It's going to be awesome. So final thoughts. Final words from me. I just want to say thank you. Matt is here. He's ready to go. Listen to Matt. He's awesome. Okay. So stay tuned. Maybe you're going to get some surprises. Who knows? But anyway, stay tuned. Matt is here. Thank you so much again for the questions, for all the love. And I'm just going to wave here and say goodbye. Thank you, chat. I'll be back tomorrow. And obviously, welcome, Matt. Okay.
Bye, Tom. Good to see you, bud. Hopefully you had a good day today. Everybody get some W's in chat for Tom. Awesome. Welcome to Lunch Money with Matt. I'm your host, also Matt. Really appreciate you guys. Hold on, let me get all the stuff here so I can actually see what's going on. All right, here we go. Fun day today. Crazy day. Good day, bad day, okay day. I think if you add up everything in the bottom right of the screen, I think I'm what? Greenish. Half of my accounts hit got hit on that Trump tweet. The other half weren't. So this is the whole point about trading all your accounts at once. So it looks like I'm doing pretty okay here. It was a really fun day. All the signs set up pretty good for a nice liquidity pocket trade in the S&P. Like I look on show you my stream here. You know, you guys know from our cheat sheets here, liquidity pockets are one of my favorite setups. Let me show you guys the strongest setup page. I'll always show you guys this. In the middle of my screen, bear zone top, the bull zone bottom, dark gray, light gray. Like algorithm will show you where these are. Every single time I trade this, every single time. We have a theme song called Every Single Time. I will take the trade here every single time. We play the theme song on my show. Every single time I will long from light gray, dark gray, light gray, dark gray, light gray, dark gray, with the one strike stop, which is 10 points on S&P. So balance trade, balance trade, balance trade. It was pretty good. What actually got me out was that I only was doing this in like half of my accounts, and the accounts that were tapping the bottom were winning. But then when we broke back up in the bull territory, I took the long and then got zapped. And then I took a stop, and then I took the long here and then got zapped and took a stop. So I was basically alternating. Some of my accounts were buying the dip and winning. Other accounts were buying the break on the retest, and then Trump zapped them. So with that being said, I've been longing all day, no shorting. It's been doing very well. It's just I take a certain amount of risk per account. Don't try to take any more. And but that's basically it. So you really hate the orange guy. The orange guy loves to mess up a good trading day, doesn't it? He's a good dude, trying to do well, but man, does he like to just run his mouth on Twitter and make a good trading day bad. How to get these levels? This is automated in the Rocksuiter platform. So this is done algorithmically. It's all gamma exposure models. So a bear zone and bull zone is what's called a liquidity pocket, where bulls and bears are nearby each other. Liquid markets don't usually crash. And so when this ratio at the top of my screen is greater than half, it means the majority of the market cap is bullish. Therefore, if the S&P is opening in a bull zone, it's likely to also close in a bull zone by the end of the day, which means I always long at the bull zone bottom, and then I always buy the dip at the bear zone top for it to snap back in. This is what people like to call my EST trade, because I always do it and pound my fist on the table and say I take this trade every single time. So much so that somebody wrote an AI theme song on it. Looks like the orange man is talking again. Ooh, can I take a trade? No. What's he saying? We dipped to bottom. Hold up. Hold up. Let's grab it right on the edge. I don't even know what I'm longing into, but I'm going to take it because I'm on a target. I'm going to take about $800 drawn if I'm wrong on this. Let me see what's going on. News needs to play. Hold up. Where is my news? Here it is. All right. Trump to reiterate the BRICS 10% down. Let's at 2 minutes ago. Trump is talking. That's why. Okay, Trump is talking today. We're probably 2 days from sending the EU letter. A deal is a deal. Okay, yeah. Again, let Trump just do tariff talk. I'm going to trade just off of my levels every time. So I don't think the market goes bearish today, but if it does, it does. I tapped it with one contract here. Should be all right. Let's see anything off of that. Okay, cool. All right. I'm going to load up a trade here on this little dip. We fell in a half gap, and we'll see if the market does hold. On QQQ, I like to long off of these pockets all the time. Sorry, let me go to SPY really quick and show it to you guys. I could go higher with tariffs. Trump's just running his mouth. But I'm going to bet that we stay in the bull zone. I got a nice little dip here. This is like literally the same trade I've been making all day. Again, Trump's not saying anything we don't already know. We get some red here. I'm going to bet that we do support here and hopefully stay the course for the day. I grabbed on that quick contract. I still trust the bull market. Trump's not going to say anything to turn it around, but if he does, then he does. One contract, not too bad. Any drawdown from here. I know I'm looking at SPY, but SPY is where that support is, and so NASDAQ is hopefully going to float off of that. This is about 1.3, so 52 points on NASDAQ lower, which will give me about a $1,400 drawdown if it goes all the way down to there, which I'll tap it with the second contract. Okay. Okie dokie. All right. Let's go to see what's going on. Trump is just running his mouth about the tariffs. Okay. Let me get back over here to NASDAQ and see what's going on. Half gap. We should be good. Resilience is negative, though, so we could fill the gap all the way down to the bottom here. So it seems to be like the crowded trade to every time Trump opens his mouth about tariffs. People are deciding to dump all the things, but I think the opportunity is there to buy the dip. I think we're kind of fed up with it, but again, we'll see if I get a tap right here. Around the edge. So it'll be down about $1,500 if we go all the way down to the bottom. I just wanted to maybe grab the opportunity if I could. Could have been much harsher on the trade. Don't want to hurt them, blah, blah, blah. He's just talking about EU tariffs. I think this is just algorithmic and probably an opportunity. Let's tap the bottom here one more time. We'll check here. Let's average into this one more. Bear zone right here. Okay, cool. Like I said, I let the opportunity give itself, and market dies out. The market dies out, but I think I'll take the bet again. I'm making the same bet all day today. Let's see if magic happens again. Liquidity pocket second time. Trump running his guns here. Man, what's a half gap? The halfway point between yesterday's close and today's open. Half gap. When you gap up or gap down, half gap, the halfway point is always a high volume pivot when you play with it and touch it right here. Right, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it. Ooh, do we have a reset code? All right. Yeah. So if you ask, I'm gonna do one more thing. If you guys ask for reset codes or you ask for giveaways, I will ban you from the giveaway. So don't ask. Do me a favor. I love you guys. If you ask, then you're disqualified. So don't make the mods have to remove your comments. Grab the dip. Got the 2. Let's see if we run. No code. All right. So right now I'm trying to stay long on bull zone bottom to bet 90% a day should stay on the same zone you opened on. We opened bull zone. We likely should support it bull zone. So hopefully we should stay the course. I averaged in. I took a little bit of heat, but now I averaged in at the bottom. I got a good cost basis exactly here. Could have been better, but we'll see. Let's see if we hold the zone here. The long trade was awesome. Yeah. Fire in the hole. All right. All right. Now we wait. I don't know if Trump's saying anything else, but obviously the algorithms are going to respond to anything he says related to tariffs and just freak out. So heck, if this thing goes up, keep your fingers crossed, guys. Let's see if we get anything out of this one. I bought the dip. I don't know. Is anybody trading right now? Not that this is investment advice or not investment advice. You guys long, you short, you sitting out, you staring at the screen, ripping your hair out. What are you doing right now? What are you feeling? Let's hear it. What are you guys thinking? Was that a stupid decision I made, or was that a good decision I made, or was it a decision that I made? You don't know either way. You guys grab the dip, you BTFD. Listen to you guys, all of y'all. Balls of steel in this room. I love it. I love it. I love it. Let's stick $400. Now, I probably could trim this, but hang tight. Let me go back to NASDAQ. Let's see. Do we get something on NASDAQ? Let's play. Let's play. Fill the gap. Res is still negative, though, so the gap fill is all I can hope to get. SPY never tapped bear zone. Trump still talking. Reiterates allowing AI plants to become utility. Okay, don't care about any of that. Just stop talking for a hot minute, Trump. Just stop saying anything. Just take a breath. Talk about golf. I don't know. EST. Like I said, this is just blah. Let's get the good recovery candle of this. Now, again, right now resiliences are negative, so this is not likely going to, technically speaking, it is a flat day, so res is going to be choppy, but it's not super bullish to gap fill. So resistance is here, and resistance is here. Unfortunately speaking, from experience on this one, this is not the best setup to have. A lot of the stocks are moving today. Amazon was taking some heat. Google was taking some heat. Amazon fell all the way to monthly hedge, which is still sitting there okay. Amazon's at a break point, but it's still good on the good side of that. Microsoft in the same boat. Google was kind of like the nastier of them looking today. Google broke monthly hedge pressure and created a gamma squeeze to the downside. A lot of irrational volume and selling pressure on Google. And Tesla obviously was one of the better ones that broke to the upside, which gave us a little bit of hope on the market today. Other than that, with the hit or miss around the sectors, everything's been kind of slightly rotating at the start of the day and sort of like more heavily rotating towards the end of the day. Energy's actually really hot right now. Utilities really not. Tech is up, comms are down. So it's kind of like, flat-ish day with not a lot of travel. As we know, on the bigger scale of things, these hedge pressure levels right here usually hold most of the time. It's very hard to break these levels. So hopefully we float above here by the end of the day. A little 2-contract trade right here was in the green. Now it's kind of sitting there flat as we're moving through this little chop zone here. But we'll see if that turns into anything. I know you guys actually get to see me fire off a trade at lunchtime. That's why I do it. Give y'all some entertainment. You guys can watch me fight it. And of course, not really that great at answering questions unless I'm staring at the screen. So let me stare at the screen real quick. New to the channel. How to giveaway work? Just asking. You don't ask. It's like the rule of Fight Club. 2 things. You don't ask about the giveaways. Second, you don't ask about the giveaways. You will be blessed with the giveaway if Santa Claus happens to stop by and drop something. How many contracts I normally trade? I normally will trade, depends on what kind of account that I'm in, but I have a rule of thumb that I take the total drawdown that they give you, so total loss limit, and then daily loss limit, and I use the following rule of thumb. Total loss limit, daily loss limit. I try to trade for 3 days to blow up and 2 trades per day total. So 6 trades for the most part. I have a little spreadsheet that I do have that I give to my bootcamp students that has a calculator on it that has a little process. You guys, let me show you a trick on how to do position sizing in prop firms. I teach a whole class on the right position size to use. Typically in these accounts, it's 1 to 2 NASDAQ maximum. See if I can find it. And then 3 to 4 S&P maximum. Go here. Let me find it. I think there was a chain. Hold up. Oh, here it is. Okay. Show you guys something pretty cool. Position sizing calculator, put it up here. If you do our boot camp, I do share the spreadsheet with you guys. So basically what the boot camp is, teaches you how to, like, you know, pass trader funding programs, all kind of stuff. Type in all of your parameters down here. Wait, where's the chat? Here it is. And it'll tell you what to do. So there's 2 ways to go about it. Number 1 is you have a profit target and a soft breach and a hard breach. You can plug in anything here, days to trade, consistency rule. And then as you go down, you have win conditions. Like, essentially, I do myself those 2 rules. I said 3 days to hit hard breach, 2 days for 2 trades for soft breach. That's just a rule of thumb. You can do whatever you want. The smaller those numbers are, the faster you can burn up the accounts. It's up to you on how much you're willing to spend. So set a budget, decide how many accounts you can buy per month, and then set how many days you're going to try to trade. If you can only afford to buy 1 account per week, then that account needs to last 5 days, right? So you set your budget, your win conditions based on those 2 boundary conditions, minimum trade per day and minimum target per trade, gives you 2 winning conditions. Losing conditions, right? And then your winning conditions are based on your consistency and total days to trade. And now you have a range at which you can set up for like a 1-to-1 risk and reward target. Then I can set up maximum and minimum cases to both meet my conditions, set the R&R. Like I'm taking 1-to-1 trades, or if I do 1.5 to 1 trades, it'll adjust those things. And then what it does from there is calculate the position size that you need to meet all those conditions at once. And therefore, in this particular case, for NASDAQ, which was my choice up here, it's telling me to trade 2 minis maximum and 1 mini minimum. So the science of prop firms is to make sure you scale everything correctly to meet all the conditions that they give you. Like I said, a 2 is probably the maximum I'll go on NASDAQ. I bought one more hanging in there. And that's it. That's a good spreadsheet. Well, thank you. Yeah, like my whole life revolves around spreadsheets. You know, I got a degree in spreadsheets, I feel like. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's see if Chump's actually saying anything. The idea is that you decide your boundaries on what you're willing to pay. That's really the handle. Everything else is calculated. So nothing else you really choose except for how much you're willing to spend a month. And the way that you do this is, let me get back to my financial juice here. The way that you do that is you can say, okay, you know what? I have $2,000 to budget a month. Let's do an example problem. All right. Example math, you guys. I have $2,000 to budget per month. Okay. Now, and say that the account that you want to buy after the discount code is $200. I'm just going to make up a number. And what that really says is, okay, I can buy 10 of those per month. And let's pretend that you have, like, I don't know. So 10 per month, and you can only buy 1 at a time, right? Actually, you can buy 3 at a time. So buying 10 at a month means you can buy 3 and then 3 and then 3 and then 1, like each week, right? And that's 10 total. And what you do is you assume that you lose every day and how many accounts you'll buy total. So if I were to lose every single day, how often do I reset the account? Okay, so if I have 10 and I can trade And let's actually let's pretend we just have one at a time. Let's just make the math easier. Let's pretend you can only trade one at a time and you could trade 10 total with my budget of 2,000. So the example is I have $2,000 to spend every month on props and my account costs $200. I can only buy one of them. And that means for $200, I can buy 10, which means in a 20-day trading month, 20 days per month, then that means 2 days to blow up and I'm still under budget. Everyone in chat, do we follow so far? This is 90% of the prop firm game. This I'm about to show you is 90% of the hurdle. Everything else is easy. Longing and shorting and stopping and all that crap is easy. This is the most important part, right? You guys got it? So 2 days to blow up is my fastest I can go without going over my budget. That's really your decision you're going to make, is how many days to blow up, assuming you lose every day, okay? So you decide how big your position is based on this. That's it. And I like to do, if I have a daily loss limit, I like to give myself a second attempt per day, just in case my first trade doesn't work. So if you have a daily loss limit, then you allow yourself to trade 2 times per day to get a second chance, which like one trade loses, another trade wins, you're back to normal. Okay, don't ever give yourself like one trade to hit DLL. So I usually will take, if there's a DLL, I'll take this 2 days to blow up and then multiply it by 2 trades per day. And that gives me a total of 4 trades per blow up. And then you just calculate everything from there. And that will set your position size based on what you choose. We use 10-point stop on ES and 40-point stop on NASDAQ as a rule of thumb. So my loss limit is calculated on losing those per trade below a long pivot, right? So hopefully you guys get that. 90% of trading expertise is deciding what you thought was drawn on the chart, huh? You bunch of charting degens. I was actually just drawing a wiggly line pointing to the most important decision you're ever going to make, which is the number in this box right here, quantity. This is the most important trading decision. I can circle it bigger if you need to see it. The most important trading decision you're going to make is not this, it's that right there. That is the most important decision you're ever going to make in trading. How big is your position when you enter? I guess my way in, I guess my way out. Tyler has a winning strategy. It's called the guess your way in, guess your way out. That's it. Don't need any sort of methodology when you have godlike trading skills like Ty. Abby, Matt is always dropping game fire. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Now, the idea is because when you're trading, the only thing you have control of is how much you're willing to lose. That's it. Everything else is out of your control. Which way the market goes, which direction it goes, how high it goes. Does it stop you? Does it not stop you? You don't know. But what you have full control over is how much you're willing to lose per day. That's the starting point. You have 100% control over this. That's the best part. Of all the randomness, of all the sharks, of all the insider trading, all the Nancy Pelosi of the world, ripping us all off, trading inside knowledge, whatever. But the one thing you have that they don't have is control over your loss. They can't control how much you lose. You can do that 100%. You have full capacity and control over that. So as a starting point, that's where you need to anchor all of your thought into, is how much you're willing to lose. And then you can do all of that math to make sure you don't go over budget in your trading. Trading is like a business decision. My boot camp is called the Profitability Mindset Masterclass. Everything you do is a profitable business decision in trading. You're spending money. You're trying to get a return on your investment. You have a budget every month. This sounds like running a business. You guys might have thought you would just come here and like aped into some longs and made some effing money just falling into your pocket. Oh, I'll just pick a trade and maybe I'll just long. Looks like it's going up. I got this indicate. You didn't think that the pros are making spreadsheets. And I know it sounds very freaking nerdy, but walking to the bank, right, and depositing money ain't nerdy. It's pretty nerdy, but it's definitely worth all the work. Make yourself a spreadsheet with something along those lines, and you will be fine. You will recognize improvements in your own approach. Can't promise you improvements to trading, obviously, but in your own approach, you will feel better. You'll feel like you have more control, 100%. So position size is everything in this game. And when somebody says like, why is your position 1? Why is it 2? Why is it 4? Just remember that. Now, again, as a rule of thumb, most of your prop firms will follow the same kind of guides. If you're playing like the higher end account, like your highest end experts or whatever, normally 2 NQ max is about what you can tolerate. And there's a rule of thumb that every 5, there's a ratio you also need to learn. So I'll teach you. Every 5 NQ, you can trade 8 ES. Basically, if you want to round it up, make it easier, it's 1.6 to 1, or just round up 2 to 1. So roughly for ES, you're going to do 4 max because we're going to round this to 10. But yeah, so every 5 NASDAQ moves, every 8 NASDAQ moves, S&P moves up 5. So because of that, you need to ratio them differently. So 4 max on ES is pretty good for what I normally do on the highest end accounts. I buy the most expensive ones, and 2 on NASDAQ. And that's more than enough because every 40 points NASDAQ moves, 2 contracts is up and down $1,600. And that's usually right in par with your loss limits and your profit targets and all that. S&P 4, that's $2,000 every 10. So with these rules of thumb, my up and down is $1,600 to $2,000 per trade. If I have a DLL of that, then I got to cut the trade in half, obviously, but you get the drill. These are my max positions, and normal is about 1 to 2 of each. And then if I want to trade small, like throw some micros at it, I will normally do 5 micros on NASDAQ. And my smaller trade is there. So I have like this rule of thumb that I do this sort of gauge. You might see on my chart here, there's little N and S. These are my position sizing guidelines. So normal is my max, medium is my small, medium, and then small is my small. And each one of these trades, if it's like an A+ setup, something that's 90% or greater, I'll usually hit it with a normal. Something that's like 70 to 80%, I'll hit it with a medium, and something that's just like at 50% or greater, I'll hit it with a small. So higher odds, bigger position. Now, we're not getting some movement off of this halfway point here. Do I just want to wuss out and at least cut it down, trim it to a runner? Or let's see if we get some movement on this. I'm feeling like it doesn't want to move higher. But yeah, we'll see. What a day. Somebody says they usually flip a coin, short or long, drops vertically or flat. I mean, I told people I'm going to do a challenge later this month, maybe on my stream, where what I'm going to do is I'm going to put like 10K in a trading account, and I will trade that trading account based on random choices by the group. I'll let you guys randomly pick a random time. At that time, I will randomly long the market, and all we'll do is control my position size and stop at a certain place or hold till the end of the day. And I bet you I'll make money doing that. If you guys want to come watch that awesome trading strategy, it's a publicity stunt to prove a point that position sizing is everything. That I could randomly long the market and still make money just because I'm mastering this part of the game. No, I'll give you royalties. I promise. I'll give you like $1 million in royalties, and I'll pay you 1 penny a year for 10 million years, starting in 1 million years from now. Promise. Totally a promise. Have your lawyer call my lawyer in 1 million years. Okay, fair. Okay, good. Deal. But yeah, that really was something I said I was going to do. And it'd be kind of a fun exercise just to see how random the market is. And it's kind of funny because I did this other thing where I was actually trying to purposely lose an account. What is going on here? This is slamming all over the place. I was actually trying to bust an account on purpose on stream. Long story about that. I needed to make room to buy another account. So I needed to just I was like, whatever, let me just lose these accounts on purpose. And I was actually trying to lose. And even when I was trying to lose, I was making money because the market's random. Now you guys might laugh and say even Matt tries to lose, he makes money. That's not a Matt thing. That's a market is random thing. I promise if you guys go out there and try to lose on purpose, you'll probably win too. The market is literally just that random. Trump is still chatting. We're getting along with China's president very well. We speak often. Okay, good. This was been up or down like $500 or $600 and then keeps dropping. The market is not picking up a lot of steam, but resilience is slightly better. So hopefully we do okay. But boy, the market is not picking up momentum. It's getting a lot of selling pressure here. Maybe I could just hang on to it. The stream ends in about 30 minutes. Yeah. So I don't know what's going on, but I think when Trump is talking, it looks like the market's trying to drop. Like, I hate when I look at my screen and market's dropping. You know what I mean? I guess when you look at your screen, is anything dropping on your screen? Because I feel like on my screen, the candles are dropping. Trump needs to stop talking, though. Maybe Trump can stop talking. Tell him Pickle called a short. Is that what he did? All right. Come on, market move. Trump imposing a 15% tariff on copper. We'll be announcing soon on pharma. Give it a year and a half to come into pharma. Threatens 200% tariff on pharma. Okie dokie. Can we see the Trump speeches scheduled somewhere? Oh yeah, I guess the codes. The market was dropping on the screen. Dropping something on the screen. Got the little ambulance going off there. What in the world is happening? I was excited to have like bought in on that dip there. You know what I'm going to do? I think I want to just trim down on my runner. I'm tired of just being up and down $300 on this. Half gap is holding with no positive res though, but we can just see maybe the market will burp higher, but it's not getting a lot of traffic. Nasdaq is sitting still in the upper half of its zone here. Like, I don't fear that it's going to sell off, but I don't really care to like take unusual amounts of risk here. It keeps going pretty green and then it keeps not going super green. Copper bumped up. Wow. 17% on copper. 30 cents on 5. That's 3 out of 50. Yeah, 17. Copper just jumped 17% on that news. Oh my goodness. Wow. Copper futures way up. People trying to lock in that contract delivery for those tariffs hit. That's what they're doing. That copper contract price is going to go way up. It's very valuable to get it at a fixed price for tariffs. Guys, we're back. We're back to the good old days of trading between Trump tweets about tariffs. Yeah, like this is what it's like. No matter how good you do, no matter how strong your trading game is, nothing you can do to trade against the orange man. His tweets always defeat whatever it is you're doing. Yeah. Is that copper chart? Yeah, it is, right? Mm-hmm. Just measuring this halfway distance here, seeing about where that middle of the range is, roughly about 926. All right, I'm just drawing a box so I can see the range it spanned. There's nothing special about this tool that I'm using. It's just a way for me to easily, I always draw this little box, ignore the colors, doesn't mean anything, just so I can see where the high and low was, so I can actually see the distance of this. So this was 74 points of movement. I just like to see about how much it's spanning in the distance so that I can know about how much I'm going to lose. So 74 points on 2 is roughly $3,200 from here to there. So I'm playing with $3,200 of risk inside of this range. I'm halfway there. So I'm up or down maybe $1,600 on this setup. So I'm always calculating like how much I'm going to make, how much I'm going to lose kind of thing. Imagine you're like 5 minis in a copper when that happens. Oh my God. Yeah. Copper went from about 502 to about 535 at the peak of that move, at least on that photo. Copper went bananas, yeah. Trump just announced that rocket scooter is the best. Yeah, he announces that daily, I feel like. Man, it's like the markets, the pressure feels like it's selling, but the algos are not dropping too hard because we're starting to get a little bit movement on the stocks. The key factor here is this resilience chart at the bottom. Keep an eyeball on what S&P is doing. If this number goes positive, then we are solid for a move this way, or at least a move to fill the gap, hopefully. I don't think we're going to get it, but I am hoping that we get it. We're inching forward there, which is looking kind of nice. But as much as it's getting slammed down here, it's like the market is such a weird looking chart right here to consolidate in the middle with no movement. My brain always tells me down before up, but we'll see. We'll see. If I could just get a big, awesome candle out of this, I'll be happy. I was hoping to just make $1,000 on this trade. So we'll see. If anything good comes out of this one. Hey, Trump replaced Elon's rockets with Matt's rockets. This is a better kind of rockets. These get scooters flying. How much time stream would end? Stream usually ends at 1:30, so in about 25 minutes from here. Okay, so position sizing is everything, you guys. As a rule of thumb, you probably be trading a fraction of what's given to you in these prop accounts. One NASDAQ contract, you're gonna be up and down $1,000 a day. That's more than plenty to hit most of your targets and drawdowns. If you're out there trading 3, 4, 5, 6 contracts and blowing up a lot, rethink what you're doing. That's just a little piece of, I guess wisdom for y'all to take with you. Most of you guys, if you're having a hard time passing prop firms, getting payouts, all that stuff, it's you're betting too big. That's really like everyone's biggest problem. And if you need help with that spreadsheet or something I made, we hand that out in our boot camp. You guys are welcome to come check it out or come to my stream later. I'll give you guys more details about it. Make yourself a little spreadsheet, set a budget, set your position size. That's the winning. That is the winning outlook. Copper futures. Ours is, I don't know if you guys are talking about our platform or anyone else's platform. Ours is a CPE on mine. The ticker for copper is HG on the Globex platform. To try HG. HG meaning the actual elemental name for what does it stand for? Copper is CU, I believe, but HG is I used to know all these because like silver is AG. It's a Greek thing. And I don't know where it came from. HG is mercury, I thought. AG is silver. SN is 10. Yeah, copper is CU, periodic. But I don't know where they get HD from. Maybe you guys know the concept of that. Yeah, because that's mercury on the periodic table. Copper is CU. But I wonder where they get that for. PB is lead for plutonium or whatever it was. God, it's been so long since college. Whatever it stands for. Whatever they call it. Not, I think it's like plumbonium or plumbum or something like that. Y'all are challenging my chemistry days. Adamantium long. Oh heck yeah. Oh, I watched the new Captain America last night on my new TV. It was all about adamantium. High grade. Is that really what it comes from? Hey, if that's what it is. The Latin hydrogen. Okay, that sounds cool. You want a plumbus? Rick and Morty fans in here. Hip Hop Anonymous is a Big Daddy quote. Man, you guys are throwing the good ones at me today. Matt said he wants a boom boom. Yeah. I'm gonna lead off with it. Probably stands for platypus. Argentum for silver, right? I kind of have a degree in that stuff. I used to be pretty darn good at chemistry. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute. Well, I got a minor in chemistry. Chemical engineering is like for math nerds that have a little bit of chemistry experience. All right, so let's hang in there. Let's see if this trade takes off. I don't think I'm picking any move. I know it was like when it's consolidating high. I kept telling myself it's probably lower before higher, but hopefully it goes higher. Who wants to lose money here? All that work of grabbing the dip and holding back up, and the trade's up, down, up, down. Come on, give me some love. Yeah, AR is argon, AG is silver, AU is gold. In the periodic table. So why they choose the symbols they choose for the Globex, that I don't know. ES is the S&P E-mini contract. However, ES in a global sense is a Euro stock. So the Euro stock has its own thing. And so some platforms, especially with CQG, they'll use EP instead of ES. That I do know. The best thing you can do is learn the 23 types of candlesticks and how to trade the retraces of them. Helps you very much. 13 types of candlesticks. Dang, that's a lot. Where'd the 23 come from? Probably an accidental typo. Yeah, I was like 23 sounds like a lot of work. Okay, so let's see. And by the way, you guys, I think that MyFundedFutures 50% off deal he's talking about in chat still lasts until the end of the month. That's kind of cool. 50% off your first account. Okay, so today I've been just trading liquidity pockets and SPY. I know I grabbed the trade in NASDAQ, but liquidity pockets are very strong. And it's hard for liquid markets to crash. In between a bull and bear zone, markets are liquid. And as you see, even with the intense amounting selling pressure, with this intense amount of it, it's still having a hard time breaking. Now, if it does break, it might happen and stop me out, but I always grab the long if it recovers that area, just because there is liquidity here. There's a very, very, very strong liquid market zone here where buyers do step in, as we've seen all day. And so I just always want to be long at liquidity pocket just to see if we get anything good out of that. But what a silly day as this market's been going up and down almost nowhere. I think a lot of people might have trouble struggling in this one today. But I don't bet that we fall and lose out. I mean, 90% of days will stay in the same zone they opened in. For the most part, under ideal conditions, which we still have, we open in bull zone, and 90% of days should stay in bull zone. So anytime we dip down inside of here, I'm always trying to long it back up to that area, which is the trade I did just take. So hopefully something good comes out of this one, and we'll see. And I'm trading it by, for NASDAQ, but I'm watching S&P because that is the key level. So while I do have NASDAQ on the chart here, S&P is really where that support is, as the entire market kind of hinges on the fact that, hopefully we stay put and do not crash out. Should be good. Of course, I've got like 20 minutes left on the show. I'll be trading this all day also on my stream, you guys. So y'all make sure y'all can always stop by and see how the saga ends if y'all are curious. Today we had a hard time breaking through this buffer limit, which is another thing that we do here. But let's see if we can't get there by the end of the day. Yeah, I do trade on a MyFundedFutures live account. I have that, and I also have a bunch of prop accounts from like other firms that I've been trading forever that I still babysit. Right, I'm trading both. Correct. So let's see if we go. Let's go. All right, throw some rockets in chat for me because I want some hype. Let's hype it up. Oh, I need to give my songs to the guys over here in the show. That way we can play the music, the hype music. I don't know if you guys can hear it. If I play it, I don't think you'll hear it. Come on, market. LP, again, every single time LP, zone to zone is that movement. Here, here, here. It supports here very well. And so let's see if this this Trumpishness goes away, and then we get the run. Like a hell of a lot for a little bit of drawdown. Like I said, I bought the dip here, and then I bought the dip here, and then now I'm sitting kind of flat-ish on my position. And so holding out for something good for the end. Now there's strong resistance here, so I might not get a big move higher, but we'll see. By closeness of maybe 15 points, it's about 60 points in NASDAQ. If I can get this to like 980, I'll be happy. But might not happen. The fingers are crossed. Yes, trading's not always the easiest, day. Sometimes a good trader, doesn't matter how good you are, gets chopped up by randomness and random news, and there's really nothing you can do about that other than just make sure that you're in like the appropriate amount of risk. Trump could tweet something right now, this account dropped $3,000, like that's kind of what happens. When you're taking any kind of risk, your goal is to get your profit as quick as you can, especially in this environment, and get out of the way before Donnie tweets something else, that's kind of the point. And just as much as it can go down, it can go up. I try to avoid news as much as I can. I try to not trade into it. I'm always afraid that when I take big positions that I'm going to take a big position and then out of the blue, some tariff talk will come and you never really can control that. So I'm always keeping my risk in check so that when that movement does come, it's never really that bad. Worst case scenario, I'm down like 2 or 3K on this account. Totally fine with that. Like I said, I don't expect any more news to come through, but anything can happen to close out the day. It is lunchtime, and it is a really weird, choppy day. And the way that it's building up right now, it is not picking up any momentum. And the stocks are also starting to kind of get a little bit of selling pressure here. And with the resilience taking a little bit of a nosedive, we might be further away from finding liquidity here. So I might just axe this in a minute. Well, I thought it'd be good to buy this like BS news candle here. I don't want to see the stocks taking a dive. Let me double check them. Like who's doing what? Okay, not moving on Google. Slightly moving on Meta. Apple kind of losing a little steam there. Nvidia losing a little steam there. Not really getting any love from a lot of the big names. Who's Microsoft doing again? Microsoft's somewhat okay. Yeah, this kind of sucks. But the weirdest thing, guys, and this is why I keep stabbing at it long, the VIX futures, as I'm watching here, aren't doing anything. It's like the VIX is not even budging. The market has no fear of what's going on. The market's not believing any bad news. The VIX is in absolute decay since yesterday and has not even inched at all. I mean, even from top to bottom in the last 30 minutes, the VIX has barely even moved, like a couple pennies. I mean, it's not even touched. It's like you would see volatility moving up quite high if there was any kind of fear of this. And maybe hopefully I don't bring that into existence by manifesting it, but the VIX is not even moving. VVIX, not even moving. This market is comfortable and stable here. So whether that means we just end up closing flat around the 6280, whatever it chops up or down, we end up just kind of staying here, probably the case. With not a lot of volatility, these V's aren't expected to get much bigger. It's supposed to expected to stay kind of tight, hopefully. And so anytime markets are not volatile, we have a liquidity pocket. I do kind of want to take the bet that we stay decent, even though we're not getting a lot of love from stocks right now. I can always just close this out if I get past my stop. My stop will be right back down inside of this area. What I'll do is I'll X out of the trade. If I start breaking maybe the 60 level, whatever, let me see where that is in the S&P. Yeah, like basically around that same area of the S&P. Blah. It's like the market fought, then tapped. Let's double check S&P now. Back at the pocket again. So roughly about 850 or so, I'll probably cut. And I'll take maybe like 1,600, 200, 2,000 loss. Apple's crashing down again. Let's double check Apple. But there's still no volatility. That's crazy. Yeah, Apple lost a little bit of its momentum today. Nothing, right? Let's see. That's the move. The obvious trade that people do is just like Trump said something about tariffs. Let's short the market. But I'm starting to feel like the market has absorbed all that bad tariff information. And let me watch the S&P again. Not every day is a glorious winning day on every account. This is just one account. I'm not trading this in any other accounts, by the way. That is just this account right here that was up $1,000. So not really too upset or crazy. I did take a second attempt on this. I always love trading these BS news dips. Which is doing okay, but I think the market is not getting any momentum on the stock. So here's the LP. Usually LPs hold, and we should hopefully be okay. But we'll see. We shall see. I'd add to it, but 2 is my max. I'm pretty okay with it. This is like where I added earlier at the same spot. Hopefully we'll be okay. Let's see how well this pocket holds up again. Not getting momentum from stocks, but can we get the non-volatile index to pop back up in? Hang in there. Hang in there. 90% of days do close above that. So that's a good space. You went full port yesterday. What to do now? I'll loan you some money, Victor. That's okay. I'll help you out. I'll send you $5 towards your budget. That way you can throw a little bit more in the pot. All right. Hang in there. Hang in there, Bear Zone tap. Now the waiting game. Trading's all about patience and waiting. Can I repeat the sentence about position size risk management being the most important thing? The most important decision you can ever make is the position size that you take. Because the one thing that you fully can control in the stock market is how much you're willing to lose per day or per trade. Everything else you can't control. You can't control direction. You can't control how much you're going to win. You can't control price, nothing. The market does what it wants to do. The market gives you how much you're going to win. The market loses only as much as you allow it to lose for you. And so with that being said, because that's where the only place you have full control, that's the most important decision you're going to make, because defining your risk is the only place you do have control. Nobody can take that from you. No trader with inside information, no hedge fund, no anybody can change how much you're willing to lose, no matter what, which is the best part. When it comes to trader funding programs, your biggest enemy is betting too big. And a lot of you guys bet too big, and that's why you're not passing your prop accounts and getting funded or getting payouts is because you're betting too big. And so managing the size of your bet is really the most important thing you're going to do. Crash day. Don't crash today. Don't be a crazy crash sell-off day. Get back above here where I want you to be. I might just trim this back down to 1 and just hold a 1 runner instead of 2. This presses lows a second time. That's not good. Oh, it's a brutal day today. This is the weirdest looking chart. No VIX, no volatility. This is just such an interesting trading day, I swear. Like, kudos to you guys if y'all are out here like managing a trade in this. Hopefully this does okay. This just down, 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 not dying out. Let's hang in there, pocket. Let's get some love here. Has been difficult. I short? No. I would never shorten a bull market. No. Very, very, very rarely would I shorten a bull market. All my trades today have been long. They all worked pretty well. Let's go. There's the green liquidity pocket, baby. So I tell you, I love liquidity pockets, man. They're so fun. This is like my bread and butter trade. I love trading this. This is like, see how there's that really strong support with that high volume pivot? Pockets are really good to trade. The algorithm is really solid on this. So let's see, the span range is still about 80 points. NASDAQ and roughly about, what's that, about 90? About 24 points on S&P. Every single time. It's green, but it's been difficult. Yep. Don't feel bad. It's difficult for me too. Well, the trading wasn't difficult. The reacting was. Like, trading was by the book, pretty textbook, I would say. But the curveballs kind of thrown at us throughout the day. It was kind of hard. You know, the skill set comes in reacting and managing your position size. There's a little savior candle that came out of nowhere right there on S&P. Should be okay, but we're not, honestly, the stocks aren't picking up a lot of steam. So I would be surprised if this does go anywhere from here. We are losing heavily on resilience today, which is usually going to tell you, and that negative, this number, this white line being negative is telling us that this area is resistance. I'm going to put a big R right inside of there. So all of this is resistance now. I'm still betting on the liquid market tapping resistance and coming out like kind of in this area, but it's going to be really hard to break through that and go to highs unless the stocks start moving. And we haven't really got enough market cap to move this higher. This is just the algorithms, like basically, you know, balancing options risk is what's giving long pressure here. But yeah, rocket scooters pivots are high volume, predictable high volume pivots that are pretty good pivots to, you know, I like to plan around, I guess. That's what I do. I just plan all my trades around them. Okay. All right, guys. Where do we go from here? Which way? Up, down? What do you think? Honestly, if you really want to know my thought, and I hate to say this, I just feel like it's going to crash underneath me. I don't know why, but without the volatility going higher, the market is just going to get caught off guard. And the VIX is not even prepped for it. And if we start to get a little inching higher, I don't know what it is. I feel like the rug is about to get pulled. Nobody's planning for volatility. The VIX is not going up. We're in a liquidity pocket. I feel like the market's going to go down. So let me long it and let it go up, because that's what I'm doing. Why not? Because I don't short a bull market. I just don't. No, why would I? Nah, market's bullish enough. I'm going to hang in there. No VIX, no whatever. I feel like it's going to go down against me. All right, so I'm just creating a little smaller. That's my thesis. Market's probably going to go against me. Probably going to die. All right, let me long it. It's a real strategy. I'm just being funny, but I really have a real reason to be long. Come on, baby. A beautiful setup here today. You know what I mean? No matter what I feel, it doesn't matter what I feel. I stick to my guns. Probabilities are probabilities. 90% is 90%. 90% of days under these conditions, per my back test, ratio greater than half will stay above a bear zone top. If you open a bull zone, you will stay out there. Even though the stocks aren't really moving, the stocks will get some buying pressure by the end of the day. Even though this is resistance here, liquidity pockets are so strong, liquid markets don't crash. They don't. Markets don't crash when there's a willing buyer. You'll learn this from me if you take my Commitment to Traders class. How do you spell strong? NG. Okay. Strong. Liquid markets don't crash. The dealers will not crash the market. If they don't have to, you lower prices to find buyers. If you find buyers, you stop lowering price. This is market making 101. Get back to neutral now. Why don't I be like a little cautious here and just trim back down to 1. I know I bought 1. I bought 2. We're back to here. I'm at the resistance. I'm still bullish enough because LP is strong, but let me manage my position, drop it to 1. If I get the lucky break and stocks get a run by the end of the day, then I got 1 contract on NASDAQ. I'll take it, but keeping it lower. Yeah, Matt's gambling, LOL. Yeah, I was just being funny. That's how strong liquidity pockets are. Even in the face of everything kind of looking iffy and bad, liquid markets still don't crash. It's the principle of market making. It takes a lot of selling pressure to crash a liquid market when there's enough willing buyers. If there's buyers anywhere, the market stays put. You will learn that if you ever stare at the Commitment to Traders for more than a minute or two. You'll see that anytime the net long position of asset managers increases, the market goes up no matter what. There's waves up. So even though I feel like it's going to come down, I feel like the stocks are selling. I feel LP strong, LP strong, LP strong. LP strong, y'all. Now we're back at the top again. LP strong. Good deal, good deal, good deal. Here's a blue shoe. Hope the market flushes you like, dude. You guys want to hear the theme song? Come back over to my channel when we're done here. I'll play it for you guys. Speaking of my channel, it's almost time to go. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here because we're done. But I appreciate you guys tuning in to follow up the saga. We love everyone here at MyFundedFutures. Thank everyone for everything you've done, all the reset codes, all the giveaways. We love you guys to death. In the future, I'll let you guys know. They'll probably do them closer to the end of the stream, so y'all don't have to ask anymore. It'll probably be the same every day. But come over to my channel, you guys. Maybe the mods can drop the link down there in chat. Let me drop it for y'all. I'll be live, finish up the saga today. Let's see if this single contract I got does anything good. And if not, we'll see how it goes. But I'll be over there. Again, thank you guys. Thank you, morning crew. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, everyone else running the show. Thank you, mods. And thank you, community. This is by far the best trading community I've ever been part of. You guys and my friends over at Rocket Scooter, you guys really make my day fun. Y'all make trading fun. And I'm glad to drop some knowledge and some alpha, maybe some comedy, some entertainment to keep you guys having happy trading days. And if you guys like what you see, feel free to sub to this channel and come over and say hi to us any point in time, and we'll see y'all later. I'm Matt. Thanks for coming to Lunch Money. I'm out.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
In a circle.